before this board, and failure to do so at this time does not constitute sufficient grounds for a change in circumstances under the 18-month repetitive petition clause. All petitioners are also cautioned that if a petition is approved, all construction must be done in compliance with the submitted plans, application, stipulations, and testimony presented to the zoning board of review during the meeting the petition is heard. If there is any deviation of plans, application, stipulations, and testimony after the petition is approved, the petitioners will be required to revisit the zoning board of review. All work that deviates from the approved plans, applications, stipulations, and testimony will be ordered halted and promptly removed. This is a public meeting. Comment from the public will be heard prior to any motion at the close of testimony by the petitioner and board members. Comment will be limited to the petition that is being heard. No testimony will be heard concerning any issues that do not appear in this meeting's docket. We have a curfew of 10:30. Basically, we'll either at that time decide to continue this evening's docket, all right, this evening, or set up a future date for continuance. It's a non-smoking facility. If you want to smoke, you have to go outside. And I would ask that if there's any discussion after the petition is heard, I would have you ask that you use the outer chamber rather than the chamber immediately behind us, because it tends to reverberate back here and we may miss something that the petitioner is presenting, or they may miss something that we are presenting. With that, Counselor, I need the swearing in of the zoning officer.
Mr. Chair, the court reporter is going to be swearing in the zoning officer.
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony about the concerning this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name.
Edward Pimentel, that's Pimentel, City of East Providence zoning official.
Okay, seating of alternate members, Mr. Braga will not be present tonight. Mr. Robinson will be participating as usual, but he will also be voting, sitting at the for or at-large position. Mr. Cotton will be participating in the meeting. He will not be voting. Approval of zoning board minutes of September 21st, 2020. Everybody had a chance to read them. If you have any questions, concerns, please let us know now. Other than that, I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Nobody against? The ayes have it, so be it. Those minutes will be recorded. Zoning officers report.
Nothing this month, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Not on the docket tonight is, gentlemen, I'm going to need a copy of or a photo ID. All right. Because this is the time of year we have to, I guess, submit our residency so that they can verify our residency. So I will need a copy of your driver's license or something with a picture on it, ID, so that we can keep the Ethics Commission happy.
Yeah, either that or they can proceed to the city clerk's office and show
Yeah.
them it. However you
Just
want
bring
to
it
do
to
it.
the city clerk. All right, letter, we'll do that one. We'll.
Yeah, that has to do with the 732 Willard Avenue, if you want to read into the record at that time.
Yeah. We have a letter of opposition from the property owner of condo unit 802 across from Willard Avenue. It's Bowen Court Condo Association. We will bring that into the record when that case is heard. We have the planning department staff report dated October 9th, 2020. That is public record. Zoning complaint list, September 2, 2020, previously submitted. That is also public record. Any questions or concerns on the zoning complaint list by board members? Hearing none. With that, we will move into our agenda. Okay. 60 Park Square, this is Jay Souza.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That's been continuing on several occasions. Mr. Souza actually purchased another property, and in so doing, he also sold his shed to another property owner in East Providence who has applied for a permit to properly situate it on their property in accordance with all our regs. So he would just ask for one more continuance of the time to provide the other owner to pick up the shed and move it to his property, and it'll all be
And
resolved.
then we can
And then we can just dismiss it without
dismiss it.
prejudice.
Okay.
So I would formally continue that to the November 4th hearing, just to
Fourth?
keep on top of it. The November 4th hearing?
Okay. All right, Mr. Robinson, I'll need a motion to continue, this case at, 6 Park Square to our November 4th meeting. Motion on the floor to move this to November 4th. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Croak. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? The ayes have it, so be it. That'll be continued to November 4th, 2020. Okay. Case, I guess 2A, Alberto and Maria da Silva, 50 Fenmore. Are they present?
Mr. Chairman, before we get quickly to that one, I'm going to say it now and I'll say it at the prescribed time again, just in case there are people watching. The matter on Merrick Street of Mr. Ferlin.
Yeah.
That has to be automatically continued. This board did make a motion to request that it be re-advertised and renoticed. I take responsibility. I forgot, but it has to be done. It is being renoticed and re-advertised as we speak. So that's automatically got to continue to the November 4th hearing. When we get to that actual agenda, we'll make a motion at that time. I just want it in case there are people already watching, they don't need to watch. The matter of Merrick Street, Ferlin, will not be heard tonight, and it will be continued to November 4th.
Okay. We'll do that after Fenmore. I assume, yes. Okay, back again, 50 Fenmore Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Attorney Bruce Cox here on behalf of Mr. De Silva and his wife. I have Mr. De Silva here. I also have John Pacheco, their real estate agent who's helping them with this project.
Eddie. Excuse me, Counselor.
No problem.
You took all my plans. You put them in your bed. Sorry about that, Counselor, for the interruption.
But all right,
I just went, looked to pick up your case and it wasn't there. It's
yeah, watch
in
this
there.
gentleman.
Put them top down to bottom. That's all minutes. Yeah. I don't have a, no, I don't have a folder. Yeah, this is me. I'm sorry, Counsel. I apologize. May
Absolutely no.
continue.
Absolutely no problem. Thank you, sir. If I may have Mr. De Silva and Mr. Pacheco sworn by the stenographer, that'd be maybe useful.
Mic on.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Just have to raise your right hand, gentlemen.
You said a testimony about the concerning this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I've had them sworn primarily in the event there are any questions, but I believe the record speaks for itself fairly clearly. We have, and I've given to the board in advance of the hearing, the conditional approval to subdivide the original parcel of this property into a conforming 5,000 square foot lot. And it leaves the remaining lot, which has a developed two-family house on it, where all the relief that is being requested is basically pre-existing conditions. The application is asking for two forms of relief: a use variance because the remaining lot is 377 square feet short in size, so therefore it's an undersized lot. That's with the two-family on it.
Right.
And then the dimensional variance is the setbacks associated with the garage that's in the back of the property. And the setback issue is associated with the new 5,000 square foot lot. The lot is not as deep as it should be, like many lots in East Providence. It's 97 feet deep as opposed to 100 feet deep. Indeed, if it had been 100 feet deep, we wouldn't need any of these reliefs because we would have had enough space to have the property line a little bit further away from the garage and there'd be adequate depth. But it is not that depth. It is 90, what I believe it's 97 feet deep. So the basic issue here before you is the use variance for 377 square feet. And then the dimensional variance for a side yard setback of 3.2 feet where we need 5 feet. So it's a 1.8 feet of relief there. And the pre-existing lot depth is 3.75 feet in depth short. That's all. No changes are going to be made in the property. Back in August, I delivered to this body a letter making it clear because there was a petition that was submitted in opposition to this. And in that petition, it said that a new two-family was going to be put on the new lot. That is not the case. On the plans, it is abundantly clear. It is a single-family residence. It's a condition, obviously, of the subdivision. And candidly, who could put a two-family on a 5,000 square foot lot in East Providence? I don't think we'd get away with that. So the issue here is exclusively de minimis side yard setback for the garage, and the depth of the lot is there's the dimensionals and the use variance, obviously, because the lot is 77 feet short on square footage. I don't think it warrants a whole lot more explanation than that, unless there are questions of the board. The zoning board, or rather planning board, looked at this exhaustively. They looked at the petition exhaustively when they realized that the petition was flawed in the sense that it said there was going to be a new two-family. They realized that many people had signed that may have been concerned about another two-family, and that's obviously not going to happen here. Last night at the Zoom meeting, there were two observers other than the participants in the petition itself, and nobody spoke. So I don't think there's going to be any opposition forward on this. I don't know if you have any questions of either Mr. De Silva or Mr. Pacheco. I had Mr. Pacheco sworn because Mr. De Silva's needs an interpreter at times.
Okay. All right, all set, counsel?
Yes, I am.
Okay, first thing I need is a motion to accept the notice of decision from the planning board.
So moved.
Mr. Cloak,
So moved.
do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? We'll call this exhibit A. Thank you. Mr. Croak,
Yeah, I've been by there a number of times. The only real question I have is that the empty lot has been used for parking. What's gonna happen to those cars?
So the new lot, the existing lot, the two-family, has parking on the spots assigned in the driveway. And they will be lined up in the driveway, one in the garage, one not, and there's still room in the driveway for visiting people. It's set forth in the petition. Those cars obviously aren't going to be parking on that empty space anymore. As George Carlin likes to say, we Americans have too much stuff because we have too much space. And that occurs not only in one's home, but also when there's an extra space and easier to park your car, you park your car in that extra space. That's not going to happen anymore.
And how about the trailer in the driveway?
The trailer in the driveway is, I believe, a residence. You have that, okay? Oh, but is the trailer there or is it gone? The trailer's gone. The trailer itself. Okay. The trailer's gone.
When did it go?
Can, what,
He
gentlemen,
needs to be sworn in.
they
Yes.
have been, but they should be up here where they can be heard on the microphone. So it's your testimony that the trailer is only there temporarily from time to time.
The water leaves in Tennessee, it comes to visit the friend on the life of it. When he comes, he brings the trailer to bring some stuff there. He's not, the trailer is not all day all the time,
Okay. And the wife is a resident in the two-family?
second floor.
Okay.
Even my,
Yeah, use the microphone. Step forward. Pull the mask.
yeah, the wife or the girlfriend, I'm not sure, she lives in the second floor. The boyfriend, he lives in Tennessee. So he comes back and forth. When he comes, he brings the trailer to bring stuff back to Tennessee. The guy don't live there all the time. The trailer just temporary when he comes here.
I can tell you that trailer's been there since the first time you put in for the petition,
When?
the first time you filed for a variance.
Oh, but the guy comes back.
The trailer was
back
there,
and forth. He's
and
not.
it's been there ever since.
The trailer is not, just temporary. The guy don't live there all the time. When he comes, brings the trailer, but he over here for a couple of weeks and left. The trailer is not belongs to him. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
You all set? Mr. Robbins? Okay, Mr. Cotton? Mr. Beaublanc?
Yes, I think you answered my concerns, but your applicant did something to rile up the neighborhood because he had quite a few people on this, but it sounds like at this point in time, based on last night and
Well,
Today.
exactly. And if you look at the petition, the second paragraph, it says another two-family,
Saw
which
that.
is wrong.
Yeah.
And indeed, on the record that back in August, I submitted a letter to this board, and then anyone came forward back in August, that is not the case.
so, okay. So again, you had two people last night, no comments, and we're
The
not
planning
expecting
board,
to
the
hear
planning
today.
board investigated, asked the police chief about that, and there was a problem tenant. And so in the last 2 years, there've been a total of 3 calls, but the prior years, half a decade ago, 2015 and before, there was a problem tenant, and there was a whole series of frequent police calls and summonses being served and that sort of thing.
Okay,
But that tenant is gone.
I don't have any questions other than that. Thank you.
No, sir. Clecko?
No questions, Chair.
Okay. My questions have basically been answered. That property, now that's gonna that two-family is gonna remain a two-family.
That is correct.
Am I correct on that?
Yes, that will be retained as a two-family.
Now, those garages go with the two-family, right?
That's correct.
Am I correct on
The
that?
garage is on the two-family lot. That's correct.
Yeah, there'll be no separation of the garages.
And from a standpoint of use by the new
Yeah.
lot and the old lot, no, there's not.
Yeah, they're gonna stay status quo, right?
That is status quo. That is correct.
All right. Okay. With that, I have Mr. Croak has answered my concerns. Just want to see the radius, the map for a minute. Okay. No, I have no concerns left. Any other concerns of members of the board? With that, do we have any Zoom requests?
If you would like to make a public comment on Zoom, please click at participants at the bottom of the screen. And then in the next window that pops up, please click raise hand. No comments on Zoom.
No participants? No comments on Zoom?
No comments.
No one out there? Okay. As a formality, anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor of this petition, would you please come forward? Hearing, seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak against this petition, would you please come forward? Hearing, seeing none. With that, a motion is in order. I think we need dimensional first, am I correct?
Yeah,
No, we need the use first. I'm
Use
sorry.
usually
Forgive me
first,
on that, Mr. Croak.
based on all the evidence presented, zoning board of review. Personal knowledge of the members of the board of the land in the area of the city of East Providence, zoning board review hereby finds that the use is compatible with neighborhood land uses, that the use does not create a nuisance in the neighborhood, that the use does not hinder future development of the city, that the use conforms with all applicable sections to the use requested, that the applicant would be deprived of all beneficial use of this property if the applicant is required to conform to all provisions of the zoning ordinance. Therefore, I move that this variance be granted, subject to the petitioner obtaining all necessary permits.
All right, I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Croak to grant the use variance. Does the petitioner agree to the motion? All conditions just stipulated. Understand that strict compliance means that any deviation will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review. A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or any member of the zoning board of review.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second,
This is Mr. Beauplan. I have a second by Mr. Beauplan. Roll call vote. Mr. Croak.
I'm going to vote aye. The reason for it is that the petitioner is simply 3 feet short of the 100-foot rear yard setback. But I will make a stipulation that that trailer will be moved permanently from that property, seeing that it don't belong to anybody that's a resident there.
They're in agreement with that. That's in the motion. Upset with that?
Yes.
Okay, with that.
No more trailers from Tennessee.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Croak. Do I have a second?
second.
Or you, I'm sorry. All right. I got my variances mixed up here. All right.
You were still in the use.
A roll call vote, Mr. Croak.
I'm going to vote aye for the reasons stated. And I'll also add to it that there was a mistake in the original application that it was going to be a 2-family, when in reality it was a 1-family. And therefore the property is only 3 feet short of the 100-foot setback for the rear yard.
To make them, if I may, if
Mr.
I may speak to
Robinson.
that, to make the record clear, the
I'm
lot
sorry.
that's before the board is the remaining existing 2-family, so it will remain 2-family.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
And the new, the
the new
new
house
lot
is a 1-family
is
period.
single family, and that's been the case from the outset. shown on the plan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Now that we established that, Mr. Robinson,
Aye.
Mr. Pascoa.
Aye.
Mr. Bopalan,
Yes, the relief of 377.5 feet on a 7,500 square foot lot is very minimum. And I think adding a new single family, into the neighborhood will, enhance the general characteristics of the surrounding area. So therefore I vote aye.
thank you. I'm gonna vote aye as well on this for the reasons stated, and I guess this is the least impact and the best use for this piece of property in that neighborhood. And it'll definitely enhance the area, I think. With that, your request for the use variance passes 5-0. Mr. Crowe, now we need a dimensional, please.
Based on all the evidence presented to the zoning board of review, personal knowledge of the members of the board of the land in the area of the city of East Providence, the zoning board of review hereby finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique character of the subject land and not the general character of the surrounding area. That the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant. That the granting of this requested dimensional variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the city's comprehensive plan. That the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. That the applicant would suffer a hardship to a standard of more than a mere inconvenience unless this dimensional variance is granted. I move that this dimensional variance be granted, subject to the petitioner obtaining all necessary permits.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor for a dimensional variance by Mr. Crowe. Does the petitioner agree to the motion? All conditions are stipulated. Understand that strict compliance means that any deviation will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review. A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or any member of the zoning board of review.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second,
Second by Mr. Bopalan. On a roll call vote, Mr. Crowe,
I vote aye, for the reasons previously stated.
Mr. Robinson,
Aye.
Mr. Bopalan,
yes, the 3.75 feet for the lot depth of 100 in the 1.8 foot relief for the side yard and 377.5 foot for the 7,500 are all very minimum for the dimensional variance. And as I said, adding a new single family into the neighborhood will enhance the general characteristics of the surrounding area. So I'm going to vote aye.
thank you. Okay, Mr. Pascoa,
Aye.
I'm gonna vote aye as well, based on the reasons stated before this board. Again, my reasons stated on the use variance. With that, both requests pass 5-0. Good luck and thank you for your time
Thank you, gentlemen.
Good luck.
and your patience. Okay. Armin F. Berlin, 58 Merrick.
This board did make a motion to renotice and re-advertise, and we got 9 new items on for November, and I'm getting piled in December. We don't even have a meeting scheduled in December yet, so let's take some time now, since we're gonna have a half an hour to kill before the next agenda item, to first get it on the notice. I take responsibility. We did not re-advertise and renotice for today. The notices are going out. They've gone out either today or tomorrow. And the advertisement's gonna be in the mail on Friday. So
All right, so-
it will be properly noticed, advertised, Mr. Furlan's matter, albeit it was a continuance. And albeit it is being advertised and notice, I would ask just to render a motion, because there was so much testimony taken that night. that I wouldn't have wanted to reopen it as a new case, so that can all carry over.
Mhm.
So if we could have a motion to continue to date certain. So we're covering the advertisement and notices, and we're gonna protect ourselves by continuing to a date certain, so that all that testimony can be carried over. So if I could have a motion from the board to continue the Furlan matter from stated from both the September 2nd and the October 14th to the November 4th date.
Mr. Pasco?
Oh, we
I
take,
need, your Ward 3, I need a motion.
motion
This is,
to,
yeah, this is Merrick, right?
Correct.
It's Ward 1,
Huh?
Mr. Chair.
Ward
Yeah,
one.
yeah, it's Ward
It's near
1.
it's near the Wanamoisa Golf Course.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope.
I was thinking of Merit. I'm sorry, my fault.
He's thinking of Merit,
Yeah.
yeah.
Merit. Mr. Beaufort.
Yes, so
You have the
yep,
pleasure.
thank you. I'll make a motion to continue the 58 Merrick Street from September 2nd, October 14th. Is that what you
September
said?
2nd and October 14th to the November 4th.
Yeah, to the November 4th meeting.
I have a motion on the floor to continue to November 4th, 2020. Do I have a second?
Second,
I have a second by Mr. Robinson and Mr. Croak. On a roll call vote, Mr. Beaufort.
I vote aye.
Mr. Pascoe.
Aye.
Mr. Croak.
aye,
Mr. Robinson. I vote aye as well.
So Mr. Furlan did submit stuff into the record as was requested by this board. And he did do it in a timely manner. What he did was he submitted, the reason why it's not in your packet is because I had to continue to November 4th. But I wanted to put it on the record because he had said he would submit in a timely manner, and he did. He submitted a new landscape plan that actually shows the areas where the dry wells are going to be to address drainage and a few other documents. Pursuant to that, our city engineer is going to get comments out, but they also wanted to see actual calcs associated with those plans to show how that the systems are properly designed. I told them I wanted that a couple of weeks in advance of the meeting so that they can review it and confirm it. We can get it to the planning department if they want to issue any further comments, and so that we can get it out to the public.
All right.
That says as new documents come in, they want access to the documents, and I've been delivering them. So once again, to put that on the record too, that stuff has been coming in, stuff has been going out, and that will all be in your packet prior to the November 4th.
For
hearing.
November, okay.
Having said that, we got some time to kill if the board wants to do anything. Sure.
Yeah.
I have to be honest, I'd have to take a look back at the folder. I'm not sure if he necessarily reduced the coverage or if he just was sizing proper drainage systems to show that he was meeting all that demand. I mean, you know what, I don't want to, you know what? Yeah, because we
Yeah.
continued it's going to be improper to get into the meat of it without the public, because there may be people already turned off. So let's not answer or ask any questions. Let's not get into the meat of anything. So that way, on November 4th, we continue the meeting from where we left off last time. And that was, you wanted the documents. They were submitted. I'm going to distribute it. I'm going to get the calcs. I'm going to make sure they're properly sized. I'll get that out, get it to the public, because the public really should have hear any conversation taken regarding the matter. So I don't want to get into any new conversations. Having said that, the planning director has money in his budget to get training for any board members that want to go out. How you hold appropriate meeting, how do you find appropriate findings of fact, those types of things. I don't know if the board is interested, but the planning department has it in their budget. They're reaching out to planning board, zoning board, and any other board and commission members. If you could get me a count, and I'll relay that to the planning director, so he'll know. All right, and we'll get dates. It's probably one of those things that may come before the next meeting. I'd have to reach out to you. So.
Is it off campus or?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it's going to be held either. This is all being done through the planning department, the planning director. No, yeah. Absolutely. If the board can do me a favor, and if I could get all new current address, phone number, email, so I can prepare a new list, I'll distribute that to all the board members of their files, so everybody has everybody's contact, so that in case of an emergency, you can't make it, you don't reach me, you reach somebody, so that we can avoid quorum problems and so forth. If you could do that, and like I said, I'll prepare an appropriate sheet that I'll distribute just to the board members.
Okay, so we can move to recess then.
Yeah, let's finish this and then we can move to recess until technically 7:15 because we can't hold the next agenda item. How's it so far? It's easy so far.
Thrilling, riveting, riveting.
wait for chapter 2.
Just don't go to the last chapter. It ruins the whole plot. Yeah. There are so many T's to cross and I's to dot that I'm always tripping myself up easily. I try. I try, except that in your case, there's always like a double hammer being hit in my head. I don't know. It's like one bang, I can escape. But yeah, we are.
Gotta be nice. Oh, I lost the itinerary. Do
The
it.
thing is, I make sure the rest of it's scheduled like every 15 minutes. So I'd rather have overlap than us wasting time, right?
Can you do this?
Yeah, we're at a point now that we could probably not do it, but in the beginning we were.
Okay,
We've got the solicitor on, right? We've got the solicitor on, right?
Counselor.
I'm right here.
Ah, we hear you.
I'm like the Wizard of Oz
I
behind.
was just gonna say that. We'll pull that curtain back and see what's going on, huh? Anyway, with that, I'd like to reconvene the meeting at 17 minutes after 7. Case on gender is Benker Family LLC, 22 Almeida Avenue. Counselor?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Just for purposes of the record, my name is Christine Angustian with the law office at 1 Grove Avenue, East Providence, Rhode Island. Tonight, I'm representing Independent Pipe and Supply Corp., which is the applicant presently before this zoning board. The subject property is at 22 Almeida Avenue. The applicant currently operates 8 locations in the Northeast, including the headquarters in Canton, Massachusetts, and a branch operation in Pawtucket, Rhode Island. The applicant wishes to move its Pawtucket operation to 22 Almeida Avenue, but needs a special use permit from this zoning board to store its pipes outdoors in the rear of the building. There's nothing about this outside or open storage as defined under the zoning ordinance that will be detrimental to the city of East Providence or its residents. The open storage will be behind the building and out of view of the surrounding properties and the passersby on Almeida Avenue, whether they are by foot or in a vehicle. The pipes will be stacked neatly into 6 piles. And those piles you will see designated on the site plan that was submitted along with the application for the special use permit. All the piles will be secured from access by a locked fence. The proposed open storage meets the requirements of section 19-175 for open storage under the zoning ordinance, and also section 19-39 of the ordinance that covers the special use permit requirements. The manner in which the proposed open storage meets those requirements was set forth in detail in the attached sheets to the application for the special use permit that was submitted to this board. So in the interest of time, the applicant will rely on the argument made in its application for the issuance of the special use permit and would like to call the single witness in support of the application at this time with the permission of the board.
Please, Counselor.
Okay.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony about to give concerning this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
James Cotton?
Thank you.
Mr. Cotton, are you employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Independent Pipe and Supply Corporation?
Is that the applicant presently before the zoning board?
Yes.
What is your position at Independent Pipe and Supply Corp?
Operations Manager,
How long have you been branch operations manager?
22 years.
Where is the facility that you manage?
Pawtucket, Rhode Island,
How many locations are there for Independent Pipe and Supply Corp?
8 locations.
Could you please explain to the board what type of business Independent Pipe and Supply Corp. is?
We're a distributor of pipe, valves, and fittings to the commercial industry.
Are you familiar with the subject premises at 22 Almeda Avenue in the
Yes.
city of East Providence?
Yes,
And were you present at the meeting that we had with certain city staff to view the outside area of the premises, particularly behind the existing building, and to identify in particular where the 6 piles would be located and the type of material those pipes would be made of?
yes, I was.
If the board were to grant the special use permit, what part of the overall operations of the Independent Pipe and Supply Corporation would be located at 22 Almeda Avenue?
All branch operations.
And the applicant's business operations would occupy the entire interior of the building, is that correct?
Yes,
Are you aware that the company seeks to store 6 piles of pipes outside at 22 Almeda Avenue?
yes,
Do you understand that before the company may store pipes on the ground, outdoors, it needs a permission of this zoning board by way of a special use permit?
yes,
Have you read the special use permit application that was submitted to the zoning board of review?
yes, I have.
Is storing pipes outdoors the normal practice for Independent Pipe and Supply Corp. At its other locations?
Yes, it is.
As part of the application, the company submitted to the board photographs, 5 photographs. I'm going to show you the packet of photographs that was submitted on the applicant's behalf to this board. Have you seen those photographs, Mr. Cotton?
Yes,
Are the depictions in the 5 photographs, representative of the type of pipes and the manner in which the pipes would be stacked if this board were to grant the special use permit?
yes,
In accordance with the site plan for 22 Almeda Avenue, all of the pipes will be stored in the back of the building, is that correct?
that's correct.
The dimensions of each pile of pipes is 5 feet in depth, 8 feet in height, and 21 feet in length, is that correct?
That's correct.
What is the material, the pipes, of the pipes, that will be stored on the premises?
Steel pipe.
Will the stack or piles of pipes be covered?
No, they will not.
Why not?
The way they are stacked and secured, nothing in the environment would tip them over or make them unsafe.
And in the other locations where pipes are located for the business, are those covered?
No,
Are the pipes placed down directly on the pavement or the dirt?
no, they're placed on 6x6 railroad ties.
What mechanism is utilized so the layers of pipes will not tumble and the pipes will not scatter all over the rear yard of the property?
As noted in the picture, we use blocking and shims to keep the pipe from rolling off.
Will the back or rear yard be enclosed by a lock fence at 22 Almeda Avenue?
Yes,
In your opinion, can Independent Pipe and Supply operate its business without the outside storage of the pipes?
not in a practical sense. It's very expensive to find a building that size to store the pipe we want to put outside.
And that would, and by storing them inside, you would also have the business operations in the same location, correct?
Correct.
If the zoning board were to grant the special use permit, does the company plan to close the Pawtucket location and move the Pawtucket operation to the 22 Almeda Avenue site?
Yes,
Approximately how many employees do you expect at 22 Almeda Avenue?
8 to 10 employees.
What will the days and hours of operation be?
Monday through Friday, 7 to 4:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman. I have no further questions.
All set. Counsel,
Yes, no further questions. Thank
Mr.
you.
Croak.
Thank you so much, Mr. Crowe. Thank you.
Mr. Crowe, you have to speak louder, I'm sorry. Sorry.
at this property, I pulled in here, neighbors, parking lot to look in the back. They kind of got excited.
Hold on one second, Mr. Crowe.
My fault. My fault. Got them all excited. They all come running out. But anyway, I looked at the property. It's back there by itself. It's surrounded by a 6-foot fence. The gate's locked. As far as the conditions set out by the planning department, you've met them all. You don't have any residential neighbors near you. So I can see no reason really not to grant the variance because of what you have down there. The only real question I have, the size of the pipe, 2 inch, inch and a half.
Size of the pipe, sir?
Yeah,
It could be anywhere from 1/2 inch to 8 inch pipe. Yes, sir.
okay, no problem. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe.
Mr. Robinson.
I'm sorry for your loss, Christine.
Thank you so much.
In regards to the proposal, I think it's a perfect use for the property. I think it's a very, very good fit. I welcome you to the city, and I'm glad that that you'll be coming here.
Mr. Cotton? Mr. Bobart?
Not to upset you any further, but I'm also, sorry about your
Thank
mom.
you. Thank you so much.
So
Appreciate it.
just a couple of questions that I have. What do you do with these pipes that are specifically the ones that are stored outside?
They get delivered to us, we store them outside, and then we sell them to the contractors.
Okay.
Contractors, we either load onto our truck and deliver them,
Yeah.
or contractors will come in and pick them up.
Okay. How long do they typically sit out there, as they're in
Well-
inventory or?
Yeah, it's like everything else. Supply and demand, it comes in, it goes out, comes back in, goes back out.
Right.
So it's just a revolving pipe.
Okay. And currently these pipes, are they stored inside of the building today or no?
Because the size of my building
Yeah.
in Pawtucket, I don't have storage inside, so
Oh,
everything is
okay.
stored outside.
Okay. Yep. All right. Okay. And the only other question is, I assume they'd be delivered during some sort of normal business hours, not late at night, early in the
Absolutely
morning.
not. This also allows us to have our trucks inside so we can load at night
Yeah.
or in the business hours before 4:30. And the trucks would pull out 7:15, 7:30 in the morning. Nothing would be loaded in the morning.
All right. And, and I agree with Mr. Croak. I mean, I think we'll talk about it later, but the location and everything, you meet the 19-175 open storage. So I'm not very concerned about it. I have no further questions.
Mr. Pasco?
I have no concerns, Chair.
Now, truthfully, I'm very familiar with your operation. I used to work for the stainless guy down the road from you. So, yeah, we did all the high purity. And that level, but we used to use you guys a lot, so, on projects. But no, I know the operation. I know the company very well, and you're a very reputable distributor. That I can attest to. I've always been fortunate. I've never had to compete against you. But that was 10 years ago, so there's no conflict of interest here. But we welcome you to East Providence. The only question I have is, are you plan in the future to do any prefab work? Or
We don't have that in our.
don't have that capacity here?
Our Canton store does all the fabbing.
Yeah,
and our
okay.
Somerville store does all the fabbing.
All right,
Right
yeah.
now, we have no intention of fabbing.
Yeah, I just wanted to get that on the record so that if anybody questions anything, or in the future, it's, see what happens. That would have to be another opportunity to come here, But other than that, I think the location is excellent. It's gives you a lot of versatility, that's for sure, compared to where you're at now. You're not as confined, so. With that, I have no other questions. Any other questions from members of the board? Mike, you don't have one little one?
No, I asked a couple already.
Oh, all right.
I checked them out.
All right, with that, we're gonna challenge the audience. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Could you please come forward? We have to go look.
Gets at his steps every night, though. It's good for him. Trying to keep him heart healthy.
This is Eddie's PT time. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak against this petition? Hearing, seeing none on both. Do we have any interest on Zoom?
If you would like to make a comment on Zoom, please press participants at the bottom of the Zoom window. In the next window that pops up, please click raise hand.
I can see it there.
No comments on Zoom.
No Zoom?
No.
Okay, with that, a motion for a special use permit is in order, Mr. Croak.
Based on all the evidence presented to zoning board of review, personal knowledge of the members of the board of the land in the area of the city of East Providence, the zoning board of review hereby finds that the use is compatible with neighboring land uses, that the use does not create a nuisance in the neighborhood, that the use does not hinder the future development of the city, that the use conforms with all applicable sections to a special use permit request, that the use is in conformance with the purpose and intent of the East Providence Comprehensive Plan and applicable standards of this chapter. Therefore, I move that the special use be granted, subject to the petitioner obtaining all necessary permits.
I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Croak for a special use permit. Does the petitioner agree to the motion and all conditions that were stipulated, understanding that strict compliance means that any deviation will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review? A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or any member of the zoning board of review.
I understand, yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Robinson. Roll call vote, Mr. Croak.
As I stated earlier, this is at the end of a dead-end street. It's the former Woods heating oil operation. And in looking at the property and going through the paperwork and everything, they would be allowed up to 40 feet to stack their pipe. They're only asking for 8 feet. The pipe in itself would be hidden behind the building. The property is secured with a 6-foot fence. And when I was down there looking at it, I believe the gate was locked. There were cars there, but I think the gate was locked. And I can see where there's no problem with this being granted, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe.
Thank you, Mr. Croak. Mr. Robinson.
Aye.
Mr. Bopalon.
Yes, I think that the special use storage of these pipes fits into this neighborhood in this particular industrial zone. As Mr. Croak mentioned, it's well set back and hidden. The clearly the stacking of these will not create any nuisance in the neighborhood. So therefore it should not also impact any future development of the neighborhood. And the use meets all open storage requirements of 19175. So therefore I vote aye.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Bopalon. I'll vote aye as well, based on the testimony and presentation by the petitioner and members of the board's testimony. I'm quite familiar with this type of operation, and I'm I know it well, and I'm going to vote aye as well, and I welcome you to the city of East
Oh,
Providence.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, you missed. I vote aye as well.
Oh, did I-
That's okay.
I said Pascola.
No.
Did I? You
That's
sure?
all right, yeah. Yeah, it's no big.
All right.
I vote aye as well.
Thank you.
You are there, right? This is not a Zoom thing.
No, no.
Oh, okay. All right, with that, 5-0, good luck and
Thank
thank
you
you.
so much. Thank you very much for your time and for your condolences. Thank you.
Eddie's pile. Okay. Evidently, we've got 7 minutes to the next case.
We've got 10 minutes for the next case. Mr. Meyer, Attorney Meyer is going to be presenting it, but he's going to be doing it from the Zoom. He's watching us as we speak, but he's going to be coming in, so we're going to be bringing him on.
Okay, so he's got to do it through
How's he
Zoom.
getting the envelope here?
Yeah, I don't get a folder?
You know?
Let's just reset the gate.
Well, he's really cutting back since he became a judge.
God, this whole COVID thing's killing me. No free red folder.
Chief planning to run again.
I'm going to reopen the meeting at, what do we got? 7:46. All right. Case that's going to be heard is the David Amaral Family Trust, 255 South Spruce Street. Are you present? Counselor?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm looking for you.
Yeah, I'm looking for me on the screen, but I don't see anything. There I am. Okay. William Meyer talking, but can I get a video? Hello?
Oh, we hear you.
You hear me?
And there's a little bitty picture of you in front of me.
Gee, that's not much. Guys,
Is this the one from college?
I'm used to having video. This still picture is not, I'm a little younger in it, but it's good. Oh, start my video. Okay. Hey, there we go.
Ah, that's a little better, Counselor. Good evening.
A lot better, yeah. First of all, I want to say good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I will assure you that all your red file folders will be mailed to you next week in the mail to add to your collection.
Thank you.
Don't want to disappoint you. We have cut back, but not that badly. But I don't want you to get any germs by passing them out tonight. So we want to keep all you guys healthy. For the record, my name is Attorney William C. Meyer. My law office is at 349 Warren Avenue, East Providence. I represent the applicant who actually is David Amaral Trust. The trustee is Mr. Amaral. And before you tonight, we come before you tonight as a result of an East Providence Planning Board action regarding 255 South Spruce Street. On September 14th, 2020, I appeared before the planning board. After a full presentation and review, the board rendered on September 15th, 2020, a decision as follows. Unanimously, the board granted conditional approval of a two-lot subdivision. I would hereby request that said decision be incorporated by reference into this record with all the material from the planning board application, the zoning board application, and supporting documents from both proceedings, and all be marked at applicants Exhibit 1 or Exhibit A. If that's all right with you, Counselor.
Fine, Counselor. All right.
Chairman.
Council, they are already part of the record, though.
Okay,
right?
I just want to
They've
make
been
sure that
submitted.
both
Yeah.
proceedings are.
Okay, so I don't think we need to make a motion for
No.
that. Yeah, okay.
We don't have
And in any event, you are, as a body, can take administrative notice of your own planning board decision.
Thank you.
The conditional approval was subject to certain conditions. The applicant has agreed to all the conditions. And I repeat, the applicant has agreed to all the conditions laid out by the planning board. And the very last condition is to seek from the zoning board an appropriate dimensional relief. Which dimensional relief is sought in the application is pretty straightforward. The applicant seeks on the proposed two-lot subdivision relief pursuant to section 19-145. This is lot depth setback requirement, which according to the ordinance is 100 feet. The applicant for both lots has 84 feet. The math is easy enough, even a lawyer can do it. It's 16 feet of relief. Part of it is the pre-existing lot, part of it is because the planning board agrees that where the line has been drawn by the engineer is coincides with the abutting lots, and therefore there's a harmony of the lot size among the other lots around it. If the board would please indulge me for just a minute here, I'd like to give you a little of the history and the background of this matter very quickly. It's a very interesting case. My applicant is 93 years old, soon to be 94. He was 92 when we started this process. And with me tonight are his two children, Diane Hawkins and David Amel Jr. About a year and a half ago, we conferred with the planning department on an application for 3 lot subdivision. By definition, an aggressive proposal to be sure. The idea was originally met with optimism, albeit cautionary optimism. However, after all departments reported back to the planning board, and there was a collaborative consensus that the 2 lot subdivision was preferred and more in the line with the public interest. As you know, I've practiced before the planning department for many years and have experienced nothing but great professionalism and help from that department in putting clients before you year after year. Much to the assistance of people like Patrick Hanna and the staff intern, his name was Dominic, I don't know his last name. We helped convince Mr. Amaral that the 2 lot subdivision is in his best interest and in the best interest of the public. A substantial amount of time and effort over the year went into the final plan. At stake here is a 93-year-old man's legacy. This matter was protracted by obviously the COVID-19 delay. We, however, are delighted to be here tonight with an unanimous decision of the planning board. And I point out in that decision the following 3 things. Number 1, that application, and it should be the same here, is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Also in the decision, they point out that there is no negative impact. And lastly, that each lot exists in the R4 zone and requires 5,000 minimum square feet. Lot 1 is 6,700 square feet, and lot 2 is 12,080 square feet. So the dimensional relief sought is less than 20%, or as I said earlier, 16 feet. Mr. Amaril's daughter and son are here. You may want to swear them in at this point. I'm going to do some direct testimony with Ms. Hawkins. If you would like to do that, Counselor, I would move along with that. Are you
Why don't you guys come on up to the, and raise your hand.
Well, yeah, why don't we have there's a court reporter there.
They're gonna be sworn in.
Yeah, if they're in their chambers, let the court reporter.
Diane, you want to click in?
Please raise your right hand. You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Maciel, M-A-C-I-L, Kudo, C-O-U-T-O Jr.
Johns, P-H-A-D-S. Thank you.
What happened?
Okay, Counselor.
Yeah.
Are you
Counselor?
his witness? Are you guys?
No.
No. I started to feel that disconnect. All right. Then you don't.
My
need to-
witness is going to be by Zoom.
All right. It was good practice, though.
I thought I had some surprise witnesses that I didn't know about. There she is. Would you state your name and full name for the record, please?
Diane Hawkins.
David Emerald. David, want to state your name for the record?
Mr. Meyer, I need to swear them in. I'm sorry, there was a confusion. about
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
Hi, this is Michael Marcel. I'm the city solicitor. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony you're about to give remotely to the Zoning Board of the City of East Providence?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Thank you. The record should reflect the witnesses have been sworn.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I will proceed.
Please.
Okay, do both of you stand here representing the David Emerald Trust and can testify that the documents and application submitted here by your father was under his direction?
Yes.
You are indeed in here appearing as witnesses in behalf of your father's application.
Yes.
You also appeared before the planning board as a witness on September 14th, 2020.
Yes.
You and your dad have reviewed together the decision of the planning board submitted here as an exhibit.
Yes.
You understand and your dad understands all the conditions that have been outlined by the conditional approval of that planning board.
Yes.
Also, you understand that in order for this conditional approval to receive final approval, this zoning board that you're appearing in front of now must approve your dimensional relief.
Yes.
You speak tonight with the authority and approval of your dad.
Yes.
Diane, how old's your father?
93.
93. Would your father's appearance here tonight be difficult due to his age, anxiety, and the risk associated with the coronavirus?
Yes,
disease?
it would.
So with his authority and permission, you seek on behalf of the applicant approval of the relief from the depth dimensional variance as presented in the planning and the zoning documents testified to tonight, namely section 19-45 lots 1 and 2.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I offer both these witnesses as to the board for questioning.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Croak.
Your proposal, the lot in itself is 18,800 square feet. And you're gonna break it into 2 lots. And which will mean you're 16 feet short on each parcel?
We're not short on either parcel. The minimum is 5,000. Both exceed 5,000. One substantial, both of them substantially.
I understand that the petitioner has agreed to all of the restrictions that the planning board put on them.
That is correct.
Okay. And living in the neighborhood, most of the lots in that area are small lots. So I don't see a problem with this one. Its next door neighbor is a single family on a small lot. And basically the whole street's the same thing, so I really don't see a great problem with this petition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Mr. Robinson.
Yes, I have a question in regards to the setbacks. I understand east to west. Sorry about that. In regards to the setbacks, you're looking for relief for 255, the lot on South Spruce, 84 feet that goes to west towards Woodland, and obviously in the other direction from Woodland towards South Spruce, and those are both 84. But I don't see anything mentioned about the setback at the south terminus of Woodland back to 55 Intervale, and that's only 82 feet. So I would think that there should be a variance for that as well. Can I ask Mr. Pimentel to take a look at what I'm looking at here and get some guidance?
Mr. Chairman, may I comment on that?
It would be on your assessor's plot map, I think. Well, maybe you can see it there. But
All right, so, Mr.
The-
Robinson, if you could rephrase your question again?
So from the south terminus of Woodland, the dead end,
Yep,
heading directly south to that now rear setback,
yep,
which would meet the backyard of 55 Intervale.
yep.
That's showing 82 feet. And that's now, because it's a corner lot, there should be a setback variance for that as well. Shouldn't that also be 100 feet?
So the way lot depth is measured, when you have a unique configuration like this, it's an average from what the frontages are to the corner, where the corner is.
Okay.
And what you do is see the little line that's drawn, the dotted line? So you come in, I figure if it's 5 or 10 feet off that corner.
Yep.
And it's a distance, and that's how you measure the triangular when it's a frontage like that, like a triangular. So there isn't exactly a parallel one frontage to one line. This would be treated like a triangular lot. And you would create a false rear property boundary at the triangular point. You come in a certain distance by our definitions, and then you.
Any chance you could point where I would measure on here? Is it from-
So, so the way it's being cut, you'd go from here, and you draw the line, you come in a certain distance at the triangular point, and it's from there to there.
So it's from here to here.
Right.
And I'll, let me see.
What do you need?
Bring all the stuff that we need on the counter.
So what is that distance? Because I don't think that doesn't add up to the 84.
So first, in regards to lot depth. So it means the distance measured from the front lot line to the rear lot line, the distance shall be the shortest distance. For lots where the front and rear lot lines are not parallel, but this has got the weird curvature, the lot depth is an average of the depth. Average shall be measured from the midpoint of the front lot line, so where the curvature is, to the midpoint of the rear lot line. Lot depth for corner and through lot should be measured. And what it is if you look at a different section, it tells you come in, I don't know if it's 5 or 10 feet off the triangle, you draw a line like that parallel to the midpoint, and that would be your depth. So that should have been on the plan.
Can't see it.
So this is proposed lot 2.
Mhm.
So the lot with lot depth, proposed 84, variance 16. And that's how they would have measured that 84.
Because that's what that east to west property line is from Woodland towards South Bruce. That one's 84, which is the same for lot 1.
Right.
That's why I'm curious of what that length is, that depth. It doesn't seem to be depicted. I just want to make sure when they get their variance that it's accurate.
Yeah.
And it's not using the wrong measurement.
I mean, once again, you get a survey, you ask for the information, you got to take that the surveyor calculated these numbers correctly, so that they apply the regulations, because what happens is plans come to us. When it's going through the subdivision process, the plans flow through the planning department and they go out to the different reviewing parties, zoning for zoning, engineering for engineering, et cetera. A lot of times stuff is missing and you provide comments back to the planning process until they've gotten all the information they needed, they deem it complete, then it goes on to the planning board for the subdivision component first. So they're sitting there saying that they did the measurements in accordance, because I provided the definitions, and they're saying that it's 84. So I got to accept that that's accurate.
So they just don't show it, they're just saying it. Okay.
Yeah. They're saying that midpoint there to that imaginary drawn line is 84 feet is what they're saying.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pimentel.
What's that?
Well, I don't have the actual, the variance they're looking for is very specific to that distance, and it's not depicted on the plans. So I would think that would be a major crux of the variance if they don't have the actual dimensions there.
You can always request an amended plan.
Well,
Well, I mean,
approved based on,
yeah, I know, but what Mr. Robinson is saying is that this board doesn't give just, X amount of relief, right? If they're asking for 16 feet of relief, 16 feet relief is, if you approve it, is what you give,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
If they come back and they're in error,
Then you can't.
then they have to come back and ask for more relief.
I agree, yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
I mean, if
Yes.
anything, before Mr. Meyer, if anything, the measurement looks even deeper than 84, but I took them at their word because it looks even greater than 84 from this point to that point, but
I can see the 84.
I take the surveyor that they did the proper measurements,
No, you take what you
If it's,
see.
if it's an error and they need more relief, they're gonna have to return. That's if they're approved.
Counselor?
yeah, what's been submitted here, and I don't disagree with legal counsel as to what has been submitted. But I think in this situation, the best evidence rule applies, and the best evidence is that we have a signed, certified submission by John Baca of the land surveyed and identified, and that the presumption has to be that it is exactly what the relief we asked. So the assumption weighs in, I believe the assumption is weighed in favor of the petitioner. If in fact should be anything else, 16 plus one way or the other, they can, I'm sure that you can make it so that it's subject to check. But I think that right now, the only evidence you have before you, other than counsel's question, is a signed equivalent to an affidavit with the best evidence rule that we're asking for 16 feet relief on both lots, and that's what is being shown on the map, subject to the affidavit or seal of John Baca, the surveyor and engineer.
So
There's no evidence to the contrary of that, other than a question that it might be something else. But right now, the presumption is it's 16 feet on each lot.
Right. So what I would recommend for the board's comfort is that if you see fit to approve this, based on the way it's been proposed and submitted, that you feel that 16 feet is an appropriate variance, because you got to give specific, not general relief, that you condition that Mr. Baca comes back and draws the appropriate parallel line and gives me that distance. If it ends up being a variance of 16 feet or less, which is even a better condition, then the decision stands. If it ends up being that it's greater than 16 feet, then they have to return to the board. It is what it is.
Or we could return to the board by the board saying that it would be subject to that, and it would be a harmless error, which would be submitted as an amendment to the survey. But right now, the evidence stands on itself that it's 16 feet in each way or less.
That's all I can offer, right? I mean, the board is granting specific relief. It ends up being a great amount of relief, then the board has to reconsider the application. It looks like it's going to be fine, but you're right. The line is not literally there.
Showing.
If that's, that's up to the board to discuss and decide.
You answered my question. Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
You're welcome.
Mr. O'Connor.
What was that? Mr. Cotton,
No questions.
Mr. Beaumont,
I have no questions.
Mr. Pascoe,
No questions, Chair.
well, we need to proceed on this now. We're either going to,
Mr. Chairman,
yeah,
if I may. As Mr. Pimentel had pointed out, we could. As Mr. Pimentel pointed out, we could move forward with a condition that the applicant return with proper plans with that measurement included. And if it's within the 16 feet that they're requesting, then they'll be fine. It'll pass. If they need more relief, then they would have to return to the board.
yes, that's what I suggested earlier, was to move it forward.
Yeah, just to make clear, I understand what you're saying. I mean, you're not asking to continue for him to address a no.
No,
If you feel it appropriate, you're going to approve it. If he comes back to me with the required information, shows that what you approved is in fact correct, or even improved conditions, it stands, the decision stands. Clearly, they need more relief, then they have to reapply. Is
exactly.
that what am I understanding?
Yeah.
That's the way, what I was proposing, yes.
Counselor, you understand that?
I understand it perfectly.
Okay, I want to make sure we're zooming through the right way here.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm familiar with the property and I've had the luxury of meeting with your father and other issues on Ferncrest Drive over the years. Quite a character, quite a man, good guy. The only concerns I have, and that was, I think it was addressed, but I'm just going to reiterate it a little bit. Counselor, we're in agreement with the conditions, the 11 that were proposed by the planning board
Correct.
as stipulations?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I agree. I think we should move forward with that stipulation concerning that dimension. If that dimension is correct and in favor with this variance, then we have no issue. If it creates a problem with this variance request, then it's going to have to come back before the board, Counselor. Are we in agreement with that?
Well, I think I am, but if I could reiterate it just so that I know I understand it. My opinion is that the zoning board of review can approve this tonight. There were 11 conditions, the 11th being approval of this dimensional relief. And if it is the dimensional relief as stated or less, subject to review by the zoning officer, there will be no need to come back.
Correct.
Okay, then that's fine with us.
Yeah, if we're.
I'm relying on Mr. Barker's certification, which is here signed and in front of you. I don't disagree that measurement is not reflected on here, but I think the presumption is that it is correct as certified.
Okay.
So I don't have any problem with approval with that 11th condition.
Okay, so we're all in agreement with that, members of the board? Okay, so we can proceed then to the next level. I don't have questions. They've been answered with this. Again, I'm familiar with the property. You drive down Woodland, you see the fence, so you keep going. I know there was issues about plowing down there in the past, about taking that fence down quite a few times. With I don't know if it was the city's fault or somebody's fault, but I know I had those concerns with this. Other than that, any other further questions or concerns of members of the board? Hearing none. Do we have any Zoom?
If you would like to make a comment on Zoom, please click participants at the bottom of the screen. In the next window that pops up, please click raise hand. We have one comment on Zoom.
One.
Amy, please state your name and address.
Yes, Miles Gomes, 103 Woodland Avenue.
Okay, I'm going to need Mr. Gomes to be sworn in for testimony. Hello?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Hello,
Hold on.
Mr. Gomes?
Yes.
All right, you need to be sworn in, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Gomes, this is the city solicitor. Do you swear to tell the truth you're about to give the zoning board this evening? The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead. The record should reflect that the witness has been sworn.
Please continue, Mr. Gomes.
Okay, yes. You just actually brought up one of my concerns about the plowing. Because I live at the last house on the dead end on the right. And if we get 2 snowstorms back to back, like sometimes I literally can't get out of my driveway because the plows push all the snow to the end of the road. And there have been several times where I've had to call the city and you guys come out with a dump truck and a backhoe and remove the snow. So I was just curious if this would, affect any of the changes of the house going in would, affect anything, And another concern is we get everyone on this whole area, we all get water in our basements. And I was just wondering if you guys looked into, of the fact of building 2 houses, if that would raise the water table and, possibly cause us to get more water.
There's one house involved here, am I correct?
Correct.
Yeah, not 2 houses.
Okay.
They're going to have to go through engineering and a whole array of a circle, all right? We're just saying, yeah, you can do it. Now, they're gonna have to go through the other departments with this. As far as your snow, I think they're gonna be adversely affected too with a driveway there. So is the city plowing your street or is that private?
The city, that, Mr. Chairman, that issue came up and Mr. Gomes, you might be, take some solace in the fact that you'll have 2 people complaining if the snow's there, not just one.
Exactly.
My
That's what I'm
client
saying.
and you, but they did talk about that, and I think the response was that they're gonna do what Mr. Gomes wants them to do, and that they're gonna move it out of there for both properties.
Well, that'd be the city's responsibility.
Right.
Attorney Maya,
Yes.
when you went through subdivision,
Yes.
this was treated as a minor, so you must have been combined master and prelim? Or did you just get master plan approval?
It was a minor approval.
Okay, so as a minor, they would have combined the master and prelim, which means that the engineering detail should have been up there up front, number 1. Number 2, I can tell you for certain that at least with the new house, they'll make all the roof runoff and everything else have to put into a dry well system.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So can't speak for existing conditions, but the new conditions will clearly be much improved on the new house lot.
Yeah. Did you get that, Mr. Gomes?
Yes.
Okay. We've changed how we do things from when, I guess, your home was built, if you know what I'm saying. So,
Yep.
and as far as the question of the snow, I think that's the city's responsibility, and I think council had made a point. There's gonna be 2 people complaining, you and whoever lives in that house. So, I'm familiar with that street, so, any other questions, Mr. Gomes?
No, I haven't. I mean, I don't know which way the house is facing, so the front entrance to the house will be on South Spruce Street, and where that wood fence is, that's the backyard, so there's not going to be like a driveway there. Or will their driveway come out onto Woodland Avenue?
The way I'm looking at this, the driveway counselor is on Woodland, right?
Correct, yeah. The house is on Woodland, the driveway is on Woodland. The other house that Mr. Gomes is referring to on South Spruce Street is an existing house.
So you would have a driveway after yours then?
Okay. Yeah, because I wasn't, I wasn't sure, and that was my concern because, it's fine. The city does a good job. When I call, they come and remove the snow, but it doesn't do me a lot of good at 5 o'clock in the morning when I have to, leave to be at work and they don't come till 10.
Well, on a personal note, if you had a preset conditions of that happening on a consistent basis, I would think it'd be part of the drill when they did that street to automatically move the snow out.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah, I've been here 10 years and it's pretty much the same routine every, big snowstorm, or if we get, 3, kind of back to back smaller ones, it usually ends up where they're proposing that driveway. There's usually a mountain of snow there till the end of May.
Well, I think once somebody occupies that, those conditions will probably change for the
Okay.
better, I would assume.
Okay, hopefully.
Okay, anything else, Mr. Gomes?
No, that's all.
All right, we thank you for participating.
All right, thank you.
All right, and your concern.
Okay.
Anybody else on Zoom?
If anyone on Zoom would like to make a comment, please click on participants at the bottom of the Zoom screen. In the next window, please click raise hand. Comments.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor of this petition? Could you please come forward? You said there was one out there? Oh, okay. All right. Hearing, seeing none, is there anyone wishing to speak against this petition? Please come forward. Hearing, seeing none, a motion, Mr. Croker, is in order. We need to get these stipulations down pretty tight on this. The ones concerning the planning board, there are 11 requests, as well as this dimensional issue. So
Based on all the evidence presented to the zoning board of review, personal knowledge of the members of the board of the land in the area of the city of East Providence, the zoning board of review hereby finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique character of the subject land and not the general character of the surrounding area. That the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant. That the granting of this requested dimensional variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the city's comprehensive plan. That the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. That the applicant would suffer a hardship to a standard of more than a mere inconvenience unless this dimensional variance is granted. I move that this dimensional variance be granted, subject to petitioner obtaining all necessary permits. Further, that they follow all of the remarks made by the planning department. And living in the area, most of the houses in this area are older homes. Some of them built before the turn of the century. But the lots are small. They've been small. So the 16 feet that they're requesting is really minor. When you see some of the other lots in the immediate area. I know one lot is 95 by 45 by 95. I mean, you're into a mixed bag as far as young and old. And I don't see where there's any problem with the granting of this variance. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
That was a motion that he was
No,
making.
I'm sorry.
Right, yeah.
You're right. I was thinking ahead here. I have a motion on the floor.
Second.
No, I gotta go through this first. I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Croak to grant the dimensional variance.
Mr. Chairman, this is the city solicitor. I know that there are 11 sub conditions that the planning board made a recommendation as part of this relief. Just so the record is clear, I prefer that those be read actually into the record and be made part of the final decision of the zoning board, so there's no confusion.
You want every one of them read in council?
Unless Mr. Meyer is willing to just stipulate to those and we can have them incorporated as if they've been read. I know he has.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that was my original opening request, that they be incorporated, and we are stipulating that they will be complied with by the applicant. So my understanding is that it is part of the record. It has been incorporated, and if not, I clarify that we do stipulate to those conditions outlined by the planning board, all 11.
That'd be fine. That's fine, Mr. Chairman, just so the party has agreed to, as a stipulation to incorporate and as a condition of the approval to meet all 11 requirements of the planning board as stated in their advisory opinion, as part of their conditional approval.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor to grant the dimensional variance by Mr. Croak.
Mr. Chairman, and is also stipulated prior to find out that actual dimension, that setback. And if it meets the 16 feet that they're requesting or is less, then it'll stand. And if it's greater than the 16 feet, they would have to come back to this board.
Are you taking greater than 16?
They're requesting 16. They're requesting 16. So if it comes back greater than 16, then they would have to return to the board.
Right.
It doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but.
Okay,
All right.
so, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
when you asked me if I understood that, and if council doesn't disagree with this, I'd like to take a stab at what the subject to should be, just for my edification, and also because I already stated it this way, I think it makes sense, but you can rule on it. It's subject to verification of the 16 feet or less, and if valid, no further action is necessary. So I think that, I think that addresses my argument that the presumption is that it's correct. It's certified, it's signed by Mr. Baca, and if it's not 16 feet or less, then would have to come back. But the adverse is what I think is a more succinct reflection of what's happened here tonight. We have a plan that is presumed to be 16 feet, and we're saying that we agree to it being subject to verification of the 16 feet or less, and if it's that, then no further action is necessary. Does council have any objection to that?
so what you're requesting is that the stipulation be that if that dimension is 16 feet or less, okay,
Then no further action would be necessary.
there's no further action.
Correct, and by implication, if it is greater than 16, a further action is required. It's just a different way of stating the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say greater, okay? And I was also going to include stipulations, but, okay, I have a motion on a motion on the floor by Mr. Croak to grant the dimensional variance. Okay, with the stipulations that they meet all 11 conditions as set out by the planning board memo. All right. Also with the conditions that if the dimension that is in question is greater than 16 feet, all right, we have to come back before the board. That has to be corrected. If it's less than 16 feet, there'll be no action required. Variance moves on. You all set with that one, Counselor?
Yep.
Both counselors?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Does the petitioner agree to the motion, all conditions that were just stipulated? Understand that strict compliance means that any deviation will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review. A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or any member of the zoning board of review. Do you agree, counsel? Or petitioners?
Yes.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Robinson. On a roll call vote, Mr. Croak.
I'm gonna vote aye. Based on the fact that the neighborhood in itself is major amount of undersized lots. And I would also move that the 11 stipulations be made part of the record.
All set.
I think the 16 feet is a minor deviation in this case.
All set, Mr. Croak?
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Robinson.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bopalant.
Yes, I think that there is an argument for hardship due to the unique layout of the land. The hardship clearly is not any due to any prior action of the applicant. The granting of this variance as it is, both lots are larger than many of the lots in the area, should not alter the general characteristics of the surrounding area. I also believe the relief is very minimum as we're talking about 16 feet and the lots are both, much larger than the requirements. Therefore, I vote aye.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Mr. Pascoe.
I vote aye.
I'm gonna vote aye based on the testimony before this board and the information presented to us. Your request, counsel, passes 5-0. All right. Pending those conditions that were agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, council. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Pimentel.
I'm gonna request a 10-minute recess. Okay,
Let's bring
let's reconvene the meeting at 8:41.
They have the approved ones. I'll put them in the folders. Very good. All the approved ones.
All right, case being heard is 732 Willard Avenue. Counselor,
Good evening.
how are you?
Very well. Yourselves?
Best I can, what I got. We're ready for you.
Thank you.
Presentation, please.
Yeah. My name is Edward Grook, and I'm an attorney in Pawtucket. My office is at 24 Spring Street. I'm here representing 732 Willard Avenue LLC. And we have requests for use variance and dimensional variances. And presently, the LLC is the owner of this parcel, on which there is a gas station and small convenience store that has been operating there. There's a 3-bay garage in the building, and the intention is to build an addition to the building to increase the space for the convenience store. It's going to be 1,020 square feet will be the size of the addition, 36 by 28. And that'll add to the existing building, which consists of 1,670 square feet. The convenience store is basically going to offer more grocery products for sale. There's not going to be any prepared food that'll be for sale. There'll be no subtenants, no Dunkin' Donuts, anything like that.
And can you just drop your mask for me?
Sure.
You're a good 6 feet. I can hear you better that way.
Okay, yeah.
I'm old, I can't hear good.
Thank you.
So you were saying there's no coffee, no Dunkin' Donuts drop off, no?
Nothing like that, correct. It's just going to be grocery and convenience items. So this is a gas station that already exists as a non-conforming use in this C2's district. So first, we're asking for a use variance for the purpose of continuing that use. The variance that we need are to continue that use of the gas station and the convenience store. Of course, the gas station has operated this location for many years as a non-conforming use, and it would continue to operate if there were no changes. The applicant intends to invest a good sum of money that will improve the building and improve the site in many ways. And we believe it's going to be a vast improvement for the site, and it will be beneficial for the community. It's a type of business that's not a destination business in the sense that people don't leave their houses with the goal of going there. The idea is to catch people as they drive by so they can pick up something that they need. So we're not anticipating that this is going to increase traffic or density on the site. So we have requested several variances, and I'll address each one. And really only one is related to the proposed new building. All the other variances that we're asking for are conditions that already exist on the site and with the existing buildings that are there. And there'll be no changes to those buildings. So the addition is going to encroach into the rear setback. Right now, the building that exists is at its closest point, it's 2.4 feet, and it runs to 3.2 feet away from the rear property line. Now, the new addition is going to be flush to the back of the existing building. So it's going to be 3.2 feet, and it's going to follow that angle. So it'll be at its furthest away, it'll be 4.0 feet. So that's, and there are two bylaws that need to be addressed there. One being the 19-145, which is the rear setback that requires 20 feet. And we have 2.4 to 4.0 feet. And then the other bylaw that applies is 19-137B, which is the setback between commercial and residential, which would require 30 feet. So again, the existing building is already within that setback, and we are asking to put the addition also in that setback. But the addition is going to be, make the existing building, well, it's going to be, look like one building after it's done, and it's going to be aesthetically pleasing. So also we have requests for the setback from the pumps and facilities to the lot line fronting the street. And that's under section 19-188A, which requires 15 feet from the pumps and facilities to the front lot line. We're proposing 6.0 feet, but that's the condition that exists at the present time. So we're seeking to confirm that existing situation. And likewise, under 19-188C, the ordinance requires 50 feet from the filling station building to residential buildings. And again, it's the existing building is 39 feet from one residential building, 46 feet from another. But the new change is not going to, the new building is not going to increase that that shortage. It's going to be the same. And site impervious coverage under 19-145, the ordinance requires 80%, and the existing coverage is 98.8%. So that will remain the same. And we're requesting a variance for parking under 19-284, which would require 13 spaces are required, and our plan shows 8. We've also added a request for signage, but what we're doing is we're just asking that the existing signage be allowed to remain, and we're not asking for any additional signage. So out of an abundance of caution, it's listed here, but we're not asking for anything additional. So as I said, the client, my client, the owner intends to invest $150,000 to $200,000 in this project, which is going to be a vast improvement to the site. And we feel that it's a win-win for the city and the neighborhood, and we'd ask for your approval. Mr. Umar Ahmad is with me. He's one of the owners of the LLC. He or I can answer any questions that you have.
Okay. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
No questions this time.
Okay. Mr. Cotton.
No questions at all.
Mr. Beauplan.
Yes. So you're proposing to, what's your rationale with changing your business hours from 8 to 10 to 6 to 10?
Umar?
So we just saw that because of addition, like with the convenience store, so there might be.
Could you separate 6 feet, Counselor?
Oh, yes.
And he can drop that mask so we can hear what he's saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
so with the addition of convenience store, we thought that it would be better if we just open a little bit earlier, so we can get like morning customers.
Okay.
That's
Also, any lighting changes
No.
to your property? None. Okay, good. And you mentioned signage, so the signage, you're looking
Stays
to
the same.
keep the same. And just for the record, you mentioned no food products are going in the dumpster.
Yeah,
in your-
we're not preparing any food at the,
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pasco,
I have no issues, Chair.
Mr. Croak.
Yes, thank you. The zoning board is charged with the responsibility of reducing or abolishing non-conforming uses. Now you want to extend yours, which is basically against the ordinances of the city. Section 19284 requires one parking space per 200 square feet, one space for each employee. According to site plan, 13 spaces are required compared to the 8 parking spaces
Man.
shown. Where will the overflow of traffic go?
usually at the
You got
convenience-
people going to the store, you got people going to the gas pump, you got people having their cars repaired. Willard Avenue was basically a main highway through that part of the city, through Riverside. Where do you intend to park the other cars?
okay, so there are 8 parking spaces and we usually only have one guy working at the convenience store. There's only one guy at shift. So that was one of your question. And the repair shop is, we don't have an inspection sticker there. So it's not like we get people coming in waiting for somebody to get their sticker and going out and send somebody. So there's no inspection sticker. We don't have like any tire or any tire repair or any tire replacement. So it's just like, we don't do any major repairs, just like small repairs or oil change. That's about it. And convenience store, since we don't have any food, we're not preparing any food. There's no coffee like Dunkin' Donut or anything. So I don't think it's going to increase that much. That already is.
I don't know. It's a tough call for me, especially when it's a non-conforming use and you want to expand it. And we're charged with either reducing it or abolishing it. And that's my problem. On top of that, it abuts residential property on, I think, 3 sides. So you got the neighbors that are gonna have to put up with whatever noise is generated and created and so on and so forth. So that's where my problems lie.
I understand, Mr. Croak. Of course, it is a pre-existing non.
Yeah, don't give me that. When it's a non-conforming use,
Yes.
it's a non-conforming use,
Yes,
period. Now, as I said before, we're charged with either reducing or eliminating non-conforming uses. So, and then we add to the problem that you're surrounded by residential property, actually on 4 sides. If you cross Willard Avenue, you got the apartment house. So, you know, where is your hardship?
well, seeing that it does exist,
I don't
And
care if it exists.
but if we didn't,
If it wasn't a non-conforming use, I wouldn't care if it was there. But it's a non-conforming use,
yes,
period.
and it's been there for a long time.
I know it's been there for a long time.
If we didn't come here at all, it would still continue to be it.
I'm not arguing that either.
So we're trying to improve what's there.
You're not gonna improve it. You're gonna improve your pocketbook, but that's about it.
I think overall it's going to be a better site, and there's fencing to separate the site from the neighbors, and if any additional buffers are needed.
I tell you, I'd
protect
hate
the
like
neighbors.
hell to have to live behind a gas station or beside a gas station for a number of reasons. Now you want to expand the gas station. And in doing so, you're going to eliminate some parking places. And we still haven't got a true answer where you're going to park the cars. You got 5 cars on the site. You got where are the other cars going to go now? I was by there the other day, and the parking lot was totally filled with cars with no grocery store. They were all the way out to Willard Avenue on one side, and there were a couple on the side on the other side, plus a couple of cars in the gas pump.
All right, I'll have Mr. Ahmad address that.
So all the cars over there, they're being either repaired or somebody is coming to pick them up. So they've been there for, like, if we tell the customer that you can't park there, they will just take them. So it's not like they're waiting for something. I mean, once we have the store, we're gonna take all those cars down and leave the spaces for the convenience store if somebody needs it.
Well,
So there is no like repair shop.
you're still
doesn't
not
really-
answering my question. And my question is, where are you going to park the cars once you're down to 8 spots?
on those 8 spots.
And you're not going to have any more come in?
Well, I've been working in a convenience store business for over
Excuse
10
me, sir.
years.
Can you bring that down so I can hear better?
So mostly a customer that come to convenience store, they only spend about 2 to 5 minutes inside the store. They get their stuff and they leave. There is not like Cumberland Farm. They have a seating inside. We don't have any kind of seating inside. So nobody's going to be sitting there eating food or playing lottery or Keno or anything. So whoever comes in 5 minutes, go in and out, that's basically our customer. So I think 8 parking spaces are enough for that.
You think, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No, sir.
Yeah.
Now, currently, do you sell anything in there now? Cigarettes or
Yes.
milk?
Well, right now there's no milk because we don't have enough space.
All right, so the only thing you retail right now or sell under a Sunday or sundries or whatever they call them is just cigarettes, right?
We have cigarettes and we have candy and there's one door cooler for the drinks.
All right. What is planned in the new facility? Milk, bread?
Yeah, milk, bread, and all the canned grocery, beans and stuff like that.
Soda?
Soda, chips.
All right.
So more candy, more chips, more drinks. Basically, that's about it.
All right, there'll be no coffee making or?
Not like Dunkin' Donuts have like no heavy coffee making machinery or anything. If there be coffee, be like, Keurig, you put that small cup in.
Keurig,
yes.
Yeah.
So just make 1 cup and that's about it. There's already existing Dunkin' Donut down the street. So I don't think we're going to have much of a coffee customer anyways.
Okay, so, and this still gives you ample room for the vehicles you're repairing or going to repair or have repaired.
Yeah, because like I said, we don't have inspection sticker. We don't do tires. So just like small maintenance stuff we do over there.
Are you an inspection station?
Inspection, no.
No? So you strictly do repairs there?
Just minor repairs, not even like, we don't even replace engines or transmissions, just like oil change. Somebody comes in for oil change or they need to change brakes or just small stuff.
Okay. Now, this building is what, 36 feet?
The new
Yeah,
addition,
36 by
28.
26, okay. Any future plans to expand the automotive business?
No. You mean the repair shop?
Because I'm looking at the size of the building, okay, and I can see 2 bays sitting there at some point.
No, it's already.
No, I'm just saying, I'm looking,
Oh,
you can sell it, you could sell it 2 years from now, and somebody comes in and I got people standing in front here, I want to put 2 more bays in and.
there's
fix
not
trailer
enough
trucks.
space. There's not
I'm
enough.
trying to get ahead of this. I want to
Okay.
hear, okay?
So there's not enough space to put additional bays. There are already 3 bays in there.
Yeah, I know there's 3 in there, but I'm saying with the addition in the future, I just want to make sure this always stays as a convenience store.
Yeah, I mean, it should stay as a convenience store because with the convenience store.
That there will be no expansion in the future to
for a
go
business.
there.
No, we're not planning on any.
Or to make that request. Not you, I'm worried about the next guy,
Okay,
okay?
we'll make sure we put.
I'm
that
ahead of
in.
you,
We will sell it.
What was my other thing? Lottery, you have a lottery there now?
Not right now.
Do you tend to put the lottery there?
I would like to, yes.
You did make the statement, Council, that signage stays the same?
Yes.
For the record? Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'm kind of satisfied with my questioning at this point. Anybody else got questions? Mr. Robinson, I see you leaning on me there. Watching that body language.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have several questions, concerns. The hours, you want to change your hours from 6 to 10. Now, that's for the convenience store, because I would think the garage needs to be separate from that, because I don't want you banging on
No.
rims and
Yeah.
engines and working at 6 in the morning. You've got neighbors both to the left, the right, and behind you.
Okay.
So hours is an issue because you didn't stipulate that the garage is closed between such and such and the convenience store is open between such and such.
So right now, our hours for repair shops are from 9 to 6. So they're gonna stay the same
9 to 6 for the 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the garage.
for the garage.
Outside of those hours, there'll be no repairs.
No repair.
Garage is closed.
Garage is closed.
The convenience store and the gas pumps, I'm going to guess that's going to be your 6 to 10.
6 to 10. And we might even close at 9. It just depends. We just put 6 to 10 because right now we don't have a clear idea what kind of customer we're gonna get with the addition. So
I'd be much more comfortable with 9, being that you have neighbors on both sides of you.
yeah, you can do 9.
So 6 in the morning to 9. Convenience store and gas pumps only.
Only.
You mentioned that you didn't have any new lighting. I see on your rendering that you've got lighting at either corner of the property at the street frontage, and then also set back on both sides, your north and south property lines. That's right over the neighbors' residential houses. So I would not want to see lights on all night in those areas, because I know if I live next door, I wouldn't want to have a light pole or a light beaming into my backyard or my bedroom or any of those things.
Those lights are just, they're facing downward. So they don't, the light doesn't go around.
But they probably could get shut off when you close.
Yeah, we do shut them off. Yeah.
So no exterior lighting around the perimeter when you're during non-business hours.
Of course. Yeah, we shut them off.
Obviously, under the gas pumps, you might want to have some lighting for
Yeah,
security
under the-
issues, but I
under the
understand that.
canopy. Even those lights, we turn them off when we close.
Parking. Parking's a major issue. Every time I drive by there, you have 3 bays and a small convenience store. There's a lot of cars there.
Yeah, because all those cars are just parked there because mechanic is working on them slowly, but then they have no reason to be there.
But, okay, but
Sometimes.
you're still going to have a mechanic and he's still going to be working on cars and you've got 3 bays. So where are all those cars going to go?
So we will make sure that on this side, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces, right? Toward the convenience store side.
That's the which side? The south side or the north
The-
side?
Convenience, the addition side where we're adding. Do you
Where the
have the
convenience store is.
convenience store where we are
parking area
proposing?
next
the-
Okay, so that's the south side.
Right. So on that side, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spaces, right? So we can make sure that all these spaces, they only stay for the convenience store. And 1, 2, 3.
One of them's handicap.
One of them is handicapped.
Kind of have 4 spaces. Unless-
Okay, so 4 spaces. Yeah, so what we can do is just we can make sure that those spaces are only for convenience store, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4 on the other side. And if there's no space for the car, then we can just tell the customer to come back when we have a space.
Where is the, I see 3 listed here. It says 3 spaces on your rendering here. So where's the 4th one? I've got 1, 2, 3 in a row, then a light mid property line, and then your vacuum and air pump.
Yeah, so that vacuum and air pump, that's actually a parking space. So they don't have it listed here because of the vacuum and air pump. So, well,
Okay.
if you want to count as 3, yeah, you can count as 3. Yeah, yeah.
Again, where are you going to put all the cars that are being worked on? Because you've got 3 bays and you've got customers. So like I said, there's a lot of cars there now. And you said they don't need to be there. Where are they going to go?
Well, we'll just tell them to whoever the cars are, just take them wherever. But I mean, if we're not working on them, there's no reason for those cars to be there. I tell the mechanic all the time that why the parking spaces are full, but since we are not using all those spaces for the convenience side, so he just takes all the space. So that's, to me, that's not an issue. Like right now, I understand that you see cars parked all the time, but I know if we tell them that we need all those cars out, they'll be gone in a day.
Okay. I have to tell you, I like the idea that you guys are cleaning it up. It's been very same building, same antiquated design for decades. I think that fixing it up and doing it where it's not going to have very, very low impact to the neighbors is a very good thing. So I applaud you for that. And I really appreciate what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
I do have those concerns. You seem to alleviated the hours, at least for now. I'm waiting to hear from the public. That 6 a.m. is still really early for families living on either side and behind you, especially either side of you. So that's a little bit of a concern. I think 9 p.m. is fine for a close time, very reasonable. 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for your garage, very, very reasonable. But that 6 a.m. start is still
So
a
if we
potential
move to
concern of mine.
Because what we're thinking is like during normal times, there's people going toward like Providence, for the jobs and stuff. So, I mean, if we can catch those customers like at the time when they're leaving, that's the idea behind those hours. Like if we open at 6. So I don't know what kind of customer we're gonna get at like 6. Maybe we won't get like many people coming at 6 o'clock. Then we'll just change it to 7. So right now,
I do understand, but you're still a non-conforming use in a residential area. So that, and again, you've got neighbors right there on the other side of you, plus behind.
But if
so that's
they have
another
an issue
concern I
with
have.
6, we're willing to change it to 7.
So you'd be okay with 7 to 9 for your
That's the store?
for the store? 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. for your store and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for the garage?
Yeah.
Okay. Lights on the perimeter would be off during non-business hours? So
All the
that's-
lights be off.
Yep. Thank you very much, sir.
I got a quick question. That garage, you don't subcontract that out to mechanics.
No, right now we have a mechanic that,
That
like, it's not subcontracted now.
Yeah, he's not a contract. He's not renting stalls.
No.
Okay. All right, that's what I wanted to get into. All right. Okay, I'm pretty set. Any questions, concerns?
I've got a question.
Questions?
How many cars can fuel up at one point with the pumps you have available?
8.
8 cars can fuel up. Is it reasonable in your experience that most or some of your clients shopping in the store also would be fueling at the same time, therefore essentially creating more parking?
I didn't understand the question.
If somebody pulls into a fuel station, they fuel up, then they turn the pump off, they go inside, get a bag of chips and a Coke and come back. So the way I see it is that it would be reasonable that you have quite a bit more parking than what's outlined in spaces because of the way people tend to use that type of a business.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. So most of the people, most of the quick, like, in and out customer, they all the time they park at the pumps.
Agreed. So I just wanted to kind of help nurse that out of you that I
Yeah.
think we're looking at this in a little bit of a vacuum, not considering the nature to which people use these locations.
But in this
mostly.
area, I don't think we'd be that busy. Personally, I don't think the parking is an issue.
I tend to agree based on the fact that you've got 8 more spots that essentially aren't named as spots, right? That would be my argument. And your rendering is great. I think it'll look fantastic done. I know the area really well. On the rendering, there are some different and new signs, but you've also said that you don't plan on adding any signage. So maybe I'm naive in that, but it seems like there's a giant new glowing R on the side of the building.
Yeah.
That to me seems like it's a new sign.
Well, there's not going to be any light in it, if that answers your question. But it's just going to make it look nice.
100%. I agree. I just don't want you to come in saying we don't plan on having any more signage. And then you say, well, we need a giant R.
Well, I didn't think of this as a sign, but if you say it's a sign, then I guess it is a sign.
No, I'm not saying that. I just want to make sure you're aware of what you're presenting. And if you want to make changes, you can do so.
Yeah, we plan on having it if you guys allow it.
I think it looks great the way it is. I just want to make sure that's out there in the open that,
Yeah.
But other than that, I think I'd love to see it. I think it, with the hours that have been slightly amended to, I think it's great for the neighborhood.
Thank you.
All set, Mr. Khan?
Mr.
Anybody
Chair,
else?
just one quick question I have for the zoning officer. I also agree with Mr. Khan that sort of the pumps act as implicit parking spots, if you will. They're not explicit, but true. But as far as the chair's question about bay expansion, is that something that we could add as a stipulation, or is that in our power to do so, or no?
The retail component that they're asking permission for, in fact, is a permitted use, but it affects the grandfathered rights. So if they were actually to expand the pumps into the retail space, they're actually be expanding that usage, which is prohibited.
Okay.
That would have to come back to the
Gotcha.
board.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All
The
set.
retail is just affecting the grandfathered rights, but they're not introducing a prohibited use. Expansion of the pumps in there would be introduced.
Right, and then they would have to-
prohibited.
okay. Gotcha. All set, Chair.
I was just getting ahead of myself on that one. Not for this gentleman, but like I say, 10 years from now, opportunist comes, you retire, they come in and say, oh, we could get 5 more bays in there. And then we're back here again.
Well, if
So,
somebody
not
offers
you.
me a good price, I'll sell it as is.
Yeah. There you go. Any other further concerns, questions? We have none?
So I have a
Okay.
question about
Counsel.
so are we going to keep the R or that?
Sir, you're stating on the record that you're not adding an additional signage. Are you adding additional signs in addition to what you already have?
Well, like I said, if you think that's additional sign, then I would like to add.
Then the board's gonna have to know what the quantity of additional signage versus what is existing, because we need to know the degree of relief. I don't know what that is. I don't know if that was quantified in the application.
No, that changes the application. Signage.
If you want relief from signage, this board doesn't have that information, so we can't
Okay.
discuss it tonight.
All right, so
You
take
could
it
ask
out.
for a continuance the next month and come back, document, so that they know the degree of relief. We can do that, because it was advertised in notice for signage relief. I don't know about the portion.
Yeah.
But we don't know the specifics of it.
I don't know what it is.
Continuance.
Well, first of all, I'd like to apologize for stating that there was no additional signage. I actually missed that R, which is on the new addition, so I apologize for that. But let me have a moment with Mr. Mann.
Hold on, see if there's anybody else.
Make it happen.
Shall we wait for Mr. Pimentel to come back? To address that signage question?
All right, I'm gonna give you a rest. We'll take a 10-minute
Oh,
recess,
okay.
Counselor.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. So for the record, the applicant is going to waive the request to put this R on the building.
Actually.
Well, are you sure?
correction to that.
Yeah.
The applicant has decided not to ask for any additional relief on signage. If he feels he needs the R, he said he'll be willing to agree to get rid of an equal amount of signage elsewhere that's older and archaic and transpose it for that. And that we can do because we stay within the grandfathered numbers.
Okay.
I'm fine with that. I wanted to add one more thing, and I don't want to overstep my boundaries here, but the client is pretty quick to renegotiate his hours. I want to make sure you're okay with that because at the end of the day, it's your business. And if the hours being open early are important to you, I think it's only fair if we hear it with what you've decided your business wants. I would think it would be reasonable because you're already open till 10. If you gave up one of the hours of your nighttime move it to 9. And then I think I would be okay with allowing you to open at 6 because I think that is more conducive to the needs of a gas station. And I don't think you need to come on both sides with 1 hour is my opinion. I think one would be something that I think is fair and equitable, in my opinion. I don't know if anybody else agrees, but.
Yeah.
I agree with that too. The concern with the concession in the morning that I thought is that people who do commute are going to want to get gas from 6 to 7, grab a pack of cigarettes, a lottery ticket, whatever, right? But I don't think that that type of business is going to be that impact. A gas station business is not going to be overcrowding. It is a commercial, and I do recognize there's residents all around. It is a commercial. Yeah, I had concerns about the impact to his business in the morning and would rather see the concession at the nighttime, for the residents, quite honestly.
It's in our best interest to help you be as successful as possible. If you can't get the clients at 6 in the morning, then open at 7.
Right.
But I don't think you want us to, in my opinion, limit what you can and can't do.
The reason I quickly said 7 because this whole project means more than me gaining 1 more hour. So
Understood. And if that's the reason why the project doesn't go forward, then I would suggest you go back to that arrangement. But in my opinion, I don't think you need to handicap what you deemed as a successful business for that. If you're willing to negotiate 1 hour on the tail side to pick up 1 in the morning.
yeah, I would like to open
All right.
at 6.
Wait a minute. Your hours right now, my understanding is the garage is 9 to 6, right?
Yeah, it's gonna stay the same.
Right. And you're doing 7 to 10 on the store?
Yes.
Right now?
Huh?
You mean right now?
No. That's what we're talking
I think
about.
he would originally want 6 to 10, but I think he was willing to go to 9 on the closing time for the store. But I think predicated on us allowing him to open at
And
6 in the morning.
Another thing, one more thing I want to add. On Sunday, we open at 7 anyway. So
All right. So you're looking for the store hours to be 6?
we'll do 6 to 9 from Monday to Saturday. And Sunday, we'll do 7 to 9.
9.
Because I can attest to this. I've lived in that area for 44 years. Mainly Bowen Court, Scott Drive, and down Dearborn. After 9 o'clock, Riverside goes to bed.
Right.
Trust me.
So-
If you it's not worth putting people in there for an hour because you're going to make a dime. I can attest to that. You're not
Yeah,
going to
but-
see anything. They sleep.
Right.
Now they'll
Yeah.
be up at 6 though. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, so I mean, the reason I'm saying 6 to 9, well, we might close at 8, but I don't want to say 6 to 8 and then we stay open till
You want
9.
to leave a cushion.
Right.
I think that's reasonable.
I think you got to find out you're not going to sell much after 9 o'clock.
Right. During winter time, it's usually dead by 8.
Because you can't buy anything other than if you go down to the mobile, which is a 24-hour situation. So, But other than that, there's nothing that lasts after 9 o'clock in that area of this city, trust me.
Well, if there
Even the pizza place is shut down, okay? But anyway, we decided on the hours. I have 9 to 6 on the garage and we're talking 6 to 9 on the 6th day.
Yes,
And on the Sunday,
7 to 9.
8. What time?
7 to 9.
7 to 9. Okay. Any other questions or concerns, members of the board? With that,
Thank you.
for the record, if there's anyone in the audience wishing to speak in favor of this petition, could you please come forward? I assume we have none? Okay. Anyone speaking against this petition? I have one, a letter that came into addressed to Mr. Ed Pimentel, zoning officer, 145 Taunton Avenue, East Providence, Rhode Island, 02915. This is from Barbara J. Land, 735 Willard Avenue, Unit 802, that's Bowen Court, directly across from the facility, East Providence, Rhode Island. Dear sir, I object to expanding the gas station across from my condo because it will increase more traffic and street does not support this. It will increase repetitive, loud hammer sounds that occur when changing auto batteries. It will increase bad odors that come from gas stations. Thank you, Barbara J. Land. Passcode, I don't know what that's for, 448738, for the record. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
If you'd like to make a public comment on Zoom, please click participants at the bottom of the Zoom window. And then on the next screen, please click raise hand. We have comments. "47 Becker Ave. Please state your name and your address."
My name is Jason Zlogar. I live at 47 Becker Avenue, directly behind the gas station. Can you see me?
Yeah, what's your concerns, sir?
Basically, the encroachment to the rear of the property area. It's already very close. I just want to make sure that, they're not going to try to go any further. Also, the hours, like you mentioned before, it's basically my backyard is their same backyard. I don't want to see the property. I'd like to see it get better, absolutely, because it's my backyard. But I just don't want to see a big, I'm sorry.
Hello? You still there? Did we lose him?
Trying to get him to unmute.
I think he's talking to somebody on his side and
Am I still here? Am I still there?
Hello.
I'm sorry about that.
All right, no problem. They're concerned about that buffer. That's going to remain the same, from my understanding here. That will not be increased.
Okay, you mentioned something about putting in a new fence. I had just recently done that about 2 years ago and spent $2,500 on it. I'm hoping that he's not planning on ripping down that one and putting up something new.
I think with anything, he would continue from where you are. And maybe you guys can come to an agreement on your own between properties.
Okay.
That whole fence area is being renewed, am I correct? In the back? You're gonna be replacement fence in some areas, I think.
So the existing fence is really old. We're gonna replace it anyways, so.
Okay, now he has a 2-year-old fence there.
Well, if we damage your fence, we will fix it.
Okay. Do you hear that?
I did. The other, I guess the real big concern I had was that after I received the notice of this meeting, I did request all the pertinent public information that was available, and I did not receive it. If I was able to get copies of what he plans to do and what the site improvements and spaces and all that is incurred, I could probably give a better understanding and a better opinion as to what I would prefer to happen. If I could request that this be postponed to another time when I could get that and view it and make an appropriate decision.
Well, unfortunately, there was an allowable time, I guess, for the notification to come out. And if you didn't receive them, I apologize. Secondly, those records are open to the public to review at any given time. And to force these people to spend another considerable amount of money come back before this board, I think is not fair to them. And I understand your request. I understand what you're saying. But I think to use, for that reason, to create a continuation creates quite a hardship, for these individuals, for the petitioner.
No, I understand that, but I did do it within the appropriate time frame that you asked for. I just did not get the appropriate information at the right time.
Well, again, that's neither here nor there. Again, I don't want to, believe me, we're here for your protection more than your convenience. But to make these people hold off another month to come back, it's a considerable amount of money. And we do have an appeal process in place if you would like to take that route. Hello?
Okay, I heard you. Thank you.
Yeah, again, like I say, that's how it stands at this junction. So.
I understand.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, sir?
Yeah, we have one more. Hold on one second. Jeannie, could you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, it's Jean Grandchamp, and I'm at number 901, number 901 at Bowen Court, right across the street from the convenience store / gas station. The first thing I would like to say is for the gentleman on Becker Avenue, I requested the paperwork as well. And I was told I could come in and see it, but I've been trying to social distance, and I stated so. And I said, well, I'm sorry, that's the only avenue allowed me. And these papers were actually delivered to me in person. Someone stopped by and delivered me the papers. So I don't understand why, he didn't get a response. And I'm sorry he didn't, especially because his property abuts the back of the property we're talking about. My only question is, currently the convenience store is titled a smoke shop. And I mean, I never went in because I don't need a smoke shop. But now that they want a convenience store, Is there something in the zoning variance that will ensure that this isn't just an expanded smoke shop? And it really is a convenience store, because I wouldn't understand why we would need like a huge smoke shop on that corner.
So there is no separate license to open a smoke shop. All you need is a cigarette license to open a convenience store and smoke shop. So the reason we write smoke shop on the sign is because the premium cigars. And I think that was done about a few years ago, but if we redo the sign, we'll probably just put convenience stores like mini mart or something like that.
Yeah,
And-
because it's bigger in terms of
because-
quick groceries and milk and
Right.
bread, things like that. Okay.
The
I
reason
just
we
did-
have, I'm sorry. So the reason we have a smoke shop right now, it's because it's really small space, and we just wanted more like cigar, kind of like a cigarette customers, because we didn't have enough space to put like groceries and chips and drinks, So
Right.
if we have more space, then there is no like,
It's more dry goods.
right.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what I was hoping when it said convenience store, because all the paperwork says there's a convenience store there, but all the signs say it's a smoke shop, which to me sounded like a combination of cigarettes, cigars, pipe tobacco, maybe some other kinds of paraphernalia, if you get my drift. And so it's nice to know that it's really a convenience store you're planning there, and that in essence you wanted one all along. You just didn't really have the room for it.
Yeah, we don't, that's the reason we don't have room to. So,
Okay, thank you. That was my question. I just didn't want to see a gigantic smoke shop in that space with all those neighbors around you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Grandchamp.
Thank you.
Any other Zooms?
No,
They're all set on Zooms?
correct.
Okay. Any further questions of members of this board? Hearing none. We have a motion that we need for a use variance, request for a use variance. Mr. Robertson? Did you find it, or do you need do you have it?
Based on all evidence presented to the zoning board of review and personal knowledge of the members of the board of the land and area of the city of East Providence, the zoning board of review hereby finds pursuant to section 19-45A of the city of East Providence zoning ordinance, the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure and not due to the general characteristics of the surrounding area, and not due to a physical or economic disability of the applicant, accepting those physical disabilities addressed in Rhode Island General Law 45-24-30, subsection 16. The hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant and does not result primarily from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain. The granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of this chapter or the city's comprehensive plan upon which this chapter is based. The relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. The zoning board of review hereby further finds pursuant to section 19-45B of the city of East Providence zoning ordinance, in granting a use variance, the subject land or structure cannot yield any beneficial use if it is required to conform to the provisions of this chapter. Non-conforming use of neighboring land or structures in the same district and permitted use of land or structures in the adjacent district shall not be considered in granting a use variance. Therefore, I make a motion that this use variance be granted with the hours stipulation so stated.
And those hours are 9 AM to 6 PM on the garage. All right, hours for the store will be on the 6-day cycle, 6 AM to 9 PM. On Sundays, 7 AM to 9 PM. Does the petitioner agree? There is a motion on the floor by Mr. Robinson with the stipulations as stated. Okay, does the petitioner agree to the motion? In all conditions just stipulated, understanding that strict compliance means that any deviation will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review. A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or any member of the zoning board of review.
Yes, petition.
Pardon me, Mr. Chairman. And there was one addition, was the lighting on the perimeter was going to be off during non-business hours
Lighting on the perimeter?
that we had discussed.
Did you put a time on that? 10?
Non-business hours, so it'd be
Huh?
the same as their,
All right.
opposite of their business hours.
You agree to that stipulation, Counselor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Bopolant. On a roll call vote, Mr. Robinson,
Aye.
Mr. Bopolant,
Yes, I think that the property is in need of improvement. I think the applicant is presenting a case to improve the property. So I think it's going to enhance the general character of that surrounding area, which it needs. I do believe that the relief of adding expanding a little bit the convenience store aspect is fairly minimum to the existing gas station today, and therefore I'll vote aye.
thank you. Mr. Pascoa,
I'll vote aye as well.
Mr. Croak,
I'm gonna vote nay. This is an expansion of a non-conforming use. The petitioner proposes to introduce a convenience store to a existing fuel and repair service station that requires a use variance, since it's defined as an expansion of a prohibited use. And the required dimensional relief for failing to comply with the minimum rear yard setback. Setback requirements for more intense use adjacent to less intense use, exceeding the maximum allowable impervious surface, exceeding the maximum allowed signage, and failing to comply with off-street parking and loading. Period.
thank you, Mr. Croak. Based on the testimony evidence presented before this board and the concessions made on this is an unusual situation. Personally, I shouldn't have went there years ago, but it is what it is. We have to live with it, adjust with it, and in this situation, improve it. So I'm going to vote aye on this. So your request for the use variance, all right, passes 4-1. Need, Mr. Robinson, a request or a motion for a dimensional variance under the same conditions of the use variance and stipulations.
Based on all evidence presented to the zoning board of review and personal knowledge of the members of the board of land and area of the city of East Providence, the zoning board of review hereby finds pursuant to section 19-45A of the city of East Providence zoning ordinance, the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure and not due to the general characteristics of the surrounding area. and not due to a physical or economic disability of the applicant, accepting those physical disabilities addressed in Rhode Island General Law 45-24-30, subsection 16. The hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant and does not result primarily from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain. The granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of this chapter or the city's comprehensive plan upon which this chapter is based. The relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. The Zoning Board of Review hereby further finds pursuant to Section 19-45B of the City of East Providence zoning ordinance and granting a dimensional variance that the hardship that will be suffered by the owner of the subject property if the dimensional variance is not granted shall amount to more than a mere inconvenience. Therefore, I make a motion that this dimensional variance be granted subject to those same conditions as in the use variance.
All right, does the petitioner agree to the motion and all conditions that were stipulated, understanding that strict compliance means that any deviation will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review? A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or member of the zoning board of review, and agree to the same stipulations that were applied to the use variance.
Yes, petitioner agrees.
Do I have a second?
Second.
By Mr. Vopola. On a roll call vote, Mr. Robinson,
Aye.
Mr. Vopola,
I'll vote aye.
Mr. Pascoa,
Aye.
Mr. Croak,
No, for the reasons stated. No, for the
Nay.
reasons stated.
okay. I'll vote aye based on the testimony before the board. Your request for the dimensional variance passes 4-1.
Thank you
Good
very
luck
much.
and Thank you.
Thank you.
30 veterans. We're gonna get the corona now. Ed. Or I mix them up.
Listen, if he told you at the beginning of the night, you would have been all nervous and thinking about it all night long. Listen, you need just one key for all that anyway. It's the same every time. Now I know.
Are we loading up? Okay, but we'll get started and we'll, if that's okay with you. Are you ready, Mr. Chair? We're ready to go. We're loading some slides up into your machine, but we can get going whenever you're ready. They're so provocative. Showstoppers. Oh, that would get us going. Yeah, I'm screened out, right? Mr. Chair, we'll get going if our technology is ready. My name is Rob Stolzman. I'm an attorney representing 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway LLC, which is a small development company, one of the principals of which is Kent Lorenz is with us tonight. He and his father are in the construction business, third generation construction company, and they've started this small development company, and they've been investing in East Providence. And in fact, they own the property next door at 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway, the old auto dealership that was there for years and had gone back through several iterations. And in March of 2019, we were before the Waterfront Development Commission. That property, everything on this block is in the Waterfront Development Commission jurisdiction, except for this 29 Burgess Street
and the house next door, the triple decker next door, 25 Burgess. Those two properties are in the C4 zone. So the 29 Burgess Street that's before you tonight is in the C4 zone. And that goes back as far as we can tell to when the highway ramp was put in and the zoning line went along the ramp, the ramp line. The house was built in around 1920, so it's a legal non-conforming use as a two-family. It's a 2.5 story with a garage in the back. So Mr. Lorenz bought 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway and had started talking with the owners of 29 and 25 to try to control the whole block. But in the meantime, he was able to get going, and next door at 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway, we've converted that whole property. It's under construction. If you've been by there, most of you probably have, and you've seen it's being renovated into a 22-unit apartments. Then finally, in April of 2020, just 6 months ago, Mr. Lorenz was able to acquire 29 Burgess Street. And our goal tonight is to get an approval to convert that property as an annex and merge the lots, if this is approved, so that 29 Burgess Street will become part of 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway, and you'll have one apartment building. This building, the current 2.5 story residence would be torn down, and a new structure with 12 units would be attached to the existing structure at 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway. It's an unusual request to come before the zoning board because of the C4 zone. It doesn't permit residential uses, but it really is a very limited commercial zone. And like I said, the multifamily that's there is a legal non-conforming use. And the process that we're seeking tonight, or the goal that we have tonight, again, is to demolish the 2.5 story, build the annex, and with the end result of one nice unified project. You'll hear we have 3 experts, and we'll go through this quickly, but they're here. We'll answer any questions you have as well. And we're going to start with Mr. Ron Stevenson, our architect, so you can describe how the building will work for you. And Mr. Rich from ZDS Architects. Rich Lipsitz from Waterman Engineer will show you how the site works. We're particularly pleased because in planning with this aspect from the site, and Mr. Lipsitz will go through this, this has plenty of landscape parking. We have more parking that's needed even with the annex, and it's all landscape behind the building. So it's adjacent to the DOT area. So from a community and neighborhood standpoint, we've been able to take the parking, move it adjacent to the DOT property, screen it with landscaping, a very robust landscaping plan that was required by the Waterfront Development Commission for the parking. And then finally, by Zoom, Mr. Joe Lombardo is going to zoom in for us and just to talk about why this is such a unique project and why this fits in with the multifamily and the development of the Bull Point neighborhood as it's developing from the waterfront up eastward. So that's our plan, and that's the overall plan, and that's what we plan to do tonight, if that's okay with you. So we'll start with, and I think on record, not that you necessarily need them, Mr. Chairman, but all of these gentlemen have testified before you before, but we have submitted for the record resumes of our 3 experts. And if you wanted to swear them in at once or however you want, whatever your best procedure is, we're willing to follow with them. Okay, terrific. So our first witness is Ron Stevenson from ZDS Architects.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony about to give concerning this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Speak your name again.
Ron Stevenson, Stevenson, ZDS Architects. Yeah, ZDS.
So Ron, just make sure you speak into the microphone.
Sure.
So Ron, you're familiar with the plans you're about to present, and you're the licensed architect and your firm's worked on them?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe the proposed structure, and recognizing the lateness of the hour, we'll go quickly, but want to be thorough enough so the board understands what you're trying to do. So if you could describe what the program is and the architecture.
Sure. I'll just point to this screen here. I have a pointer. The existing building that we worked on, actually the laser doesn't really work on the TV, I guess. But the large piece on the bottom right is the existing building that we renovated recently into 22 units. And it's under construction now. We've been fortunate enough to work with PKL Ventures, and the process has been really smooth and welcoming, and everyone is excited about what this building is going to be like. This extension, the property adjacent to it, is really going to be an extension of this project that we've already started. The existing building, which we're calling phase one, is a 2-story building, and the floor to floors are a little bit higher than normal. With this new building, we're going 3 stories, but we're staying 10-foot floor to floor, so that the roof of the new building is only going to be about 6 foot higher than the phase one. And the roof, go ahead. And the roof of the phase, what we're calling phase two, is less, like 4 feet less than the nearby house, the peak of the nearby house, which is adjacent to it. Also, placement of this annex or this extension is, we have a buffer around on the street side and the neighbor side, about a 5 foot to 6 foot buffer, and that'll be landscaped and planted. The annex will have 2 1-bedrooms and 2 2-bedrooms on each floor. So 6 of each, 6 1-bedrooms, 6 2-bedrooms on each floor. So total of 12 units. And if we go to the next slide, and the second and third floor are the same as on the first. What's unique about this project, this annex, is that we are also, half of the units are going to have a small office, which is what, the target audience, I think from what Ken has found out, is a younger generation, and a lot of them are work from home, especially with everything going on these days. So these units, to have that office environment, have that office in their place is also another positive that we're trying to do here with this addition. And if you go to the next slide, here are renderings looking at all 4 directions at the phase one and the phase two. And it might be easier to go to the next slide after that, which is more of a blow up of this area, looking from Veterans Memorial Parkway, looking at phase one and phase two. So phase one is on the right side and phase two is on the left. So just to point out for the board, so the new structure on the left, in the center left, is what we're proposing. And if you look at that today, when you see the pictures, you see there's the back of a block garage there now, and then the multifamily in front of it. So from a massing and a height standpoint, we're staying very much within the sort of the envelope that's already there, recognizing you have a fairly already dense urban pattern there. Mr. Lombardo will talk to that later, but I just want to bring that to your attention while you're looking at this rendering, so you can remember that later. And then you can see all the parking is behind the Burgess Street buildings, and on the bottom, the lane on the bottom is where the highway ran.
I'd also like to add, as an applicant, that
You need to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Please swear the testimony about to give concerning this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
yes, I do. Kent Lorenz. I just wanted to add that all buildings on this block are significantly lower than the Oddfellows Hall that is right on this corner. So that might be another 15 to 20 feet higher as well. So I think that's an important context that Ron will go through with you guys. But in terms of size and scale and lot placement, we do take it to be very important that we're in contact with the neighborhood. We worked really hard with the Waterfront Commission to come up with a collaborative design with Glenn Fontecchio, their architect of record. So I just wanted to put that out there for you guys. If you're not familiar with Oddfellows Hall, I recommend you go down and drive by the site and take a look. But it's a pretty prominent building on that corner, and we're trying not to overshadow the neighbors as well as that project as well.
Thank you. And I can talk a little bit about You want to get into the details? of
Yeah,
the
just a little bit of the
exterior?
exterior
Yeah.
details and we'll move on. I want to be
Sure.
respectful of the board's
Right.
patience to allow.
So the phase one, we have fiber cement panels, we have brick, and we have metal edge around the perimeter. And in all of these conditions, we're planning on carrying that through with the new addition. And as you can see, the elevations facing Veterans Memorial Parkway have been treated differently than the other sides. And the other side is more of a lap siding fiber cement to tie into the residential portion. And then this side is a little different, just dressing it up. We have different color fiber cement panels. They're in different, some are horizontal and vertical, and creating these vertical lines facing the Veterans Memorial Parkway area and the back parking lot with the entrance. So, and as you can see in this, as what Kent was pointing out, that even the 3-story extension is below the ridge of the house next door.
From an architectural standpoint, Ron, before we answer any questions that the board may have of you, from an architectural standpoint, I know you sometimes go into neighborhoods and you do an assessment of whether the architecture would be harmful, to the context of the architecture in the community. It's so out of place. Would you consider this harmful to the surrounding neighborhood from an architectural standpoint?
No, not at all. And I've been fortunate to work at ZDS, and we do a lot of these type of units all throughout Rhode Island. I think in the last 2 years, we've done over 400 units. And but what you see here is really trying to revitalize this area and develop this area and bring in and give an alternative place to live. And nowadays, the young generation, it's hard to buy a house, and to be able to go into something new. These units are actually bigger than what you'll find in Providence, and they'll be less expensive than what's in Providence. And so having more space, less expensive, having something brand new in this area, being able to take advantage of the bike path and the water and Pool Point is really what we're trying to do.
Thank you. If you have any questions at this time, and of course, he's not leaving.
No, we'll go through the rotation, Council.
Okay, very
Thank
good. Thank you, Mr. Sager. Next is a stranger to us all.
Do you swear the testimony about to give concerning this matters the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but
I do.
Please state your name for your last name, Mr. Archer.
Richard Lipsitz, Lipsitz. I'm the president of Waterman Engineering Company here in East Providence.
Rich, thank you. Your firm did all the site planning and site engineering for this, for the project, is that correct?
Correct. We did all the site planning, design, and permitting for phase one. We've done the zoning plan so far for phase two, hopefully to move on to the rest of the project.
We hope so, too. Can you describe briefly for the board how the site works? Because we're adding a new building on the site. We want to make sure cars can get in, get out, parking, and general, your general site plan.
Yeah, the site planning itself has not changed from phase one. The entrances to the site are still the same. The parking layout in the general areas, which are north of the existing building that's being renovated, this proposed building is where the parking is out towards the parkway and the ramps. I mean, in essence, what we're doing is taking down the garage and the two family that's there and replacing it with this. The parking works for both the zoning regulations and the waterfront district regulations. If this project were all in the waterfront district, we would have excess parking. Being in the two districts and using the underlying zoning of a residential district on this, we still provide, so we're not asking for any variances in parking. We will be able to take care of stormwater management, all those other things when we get the final design on the project. The first phase already has all its permits, has the DOT permits, since we abut the highway with that piece of property. Landscaping plans, which I don't think we have anything here, but I do have a small copy. There was extensive landscaping done on the original project, and we'll just carry this through. Some things will change because we're not going to have a buffer between these two properties anymore. We'll shift some of that landscaping to to a buffer between, as Ron said, this new property and the adjacent property at 25 Burgess. I think it's from our point of view, it's a relatively simple addition to the project. We're replacing an existing building that's there, or two existing buildings, the garage and the two family, with this new structure.
So from a site planning standpoint, would this change from the multifamily, the two-family that's there to this annex and merging the lots, would that have any negative impact on the surrounding properties?
I don't believe it will have any, and the dimensional relief were needed. Clearly, we're going to be touching buildings now, so having a setback from what is that common line now between the two buildings, that line's going to go away, assuming we get the zoning relief and move forward.
And in order to do the annex, is there any way to really do this without and connect it without the dimensional relief we're seeking?
No, there'd be no way to connect the buildings and keep them off of the existing property. We'd have to, I suppose you could merge the lots together ahead of time, but then you'd be taking a risk that you'd be getting rid of a lot that has some rights to it on speculation that you'd get the zoning relief you need to put the lots together. So I think it's been everybody's determination. We need to come get the zoning relief first and then merge the lots as we go forward with the site plan review.
Thank you. And our final witness is gonna teleport in, Zoom in. Do you have him on? Joseph Lombardo, I'm sorry.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
We can. Sorry. We can, Joe, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Do you need the video? I think I can turn that on too.
I don't know if we want to see your ugly mug, but you know, that would be good probably if you
So
can.
in that case, you get it anyway.
Yeah.
There you go.
How you guys doing? Okay,
We're going to swear you in remotely, I believe.
all right.
Mr. Lombardo, this is the city solicitor, Michael Marcel. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the testimony you're about to give the zoning board this evening?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, we asked you to take a look at this. We're very concerned and working with the city, the planning staff and Mr. Pimentel. We wanted to make sure that we had you look at the surrounding neighborhood and make sure our initial assessment was correct with respect to the need for the multifamily or the integration of the multifamily use we're proposing on the C4 site. Have you had the opportunity to take some time and study that issue?
Yes, I did. And again, members of the board, it's a pleasure to be before you this evening. We took a look at it. Basically, I wanted to understand the zoning district, and as has been pointed out, it's in the C4 zone, which is a limited commercial zone, and it has that legal non-conforming use of the two-family house. I took a look at the comprehensive plan, primarily just the housing element to look at how it fits in with the neighborhood. It has been pointed out, Bold Point and in proximity to the waterfront district and all of that. So wanted to make sure I had the context of the site, where it is, and how it fits in with the current neighborhood. Yes, I did.
Great, thank you. Do you have a sense of the appropriateness of our use of a multifamily on this site and why it would be appropriate?
Yes, I looked at it from a couple of different vantage points, but primarily to see if it would fit into that neighborhood. Is it a continuation of that use? I mean, it is a legal non-conforming multifamily. And when you look at the neighborhood, if you can use, Google tool, and you can really zoom out and see, what's all around you, you can see that it really is an extension of that use, and going with the 12 units on that site still remains in that same context. I think the difference is as you compare it to C4, and as you described it, it's a remnant from a previous zone line that typically in years past, they used lines like that along major highways to put commercial zoning in. You can see that it kind of not necessarily belongs where it is, and it belongs more in that residential section that it abuts to. So I did look at it from that point of view, and it's really, as I said, it's an extension of that use in that area.
Okay, and would continuing the extension of that use and intensifying it with our proposal, would that change the character of the neighborhood or cause any negative impact on the surrounding properties from a use standpoint?
No, I don't think so at all. Not, certainly not from a use perspective, and that is how I've viewed this for this evening's meeting. I did, I understand that this area has a priority, to have these kinds of redevelopments. This is a redevelopment of an existing site. EastProvidence doesn't have, thousands of acres of vacant land, so a lot of the focus of your development is actually redevelopment. And when we look at it, it will definitely improve that whole area. I think your staff even calls it, add vibrancy to the area. Having those types of folks that will be living there will add a certain element versus not having a more intense, perhaps, commercial use on that site. So it definitely is an extension of that use, as I said, and I believe, it really will fit into the neighborhood.
Great, thank you. And thank you, and stay out there somewhere in the ether.
I will.
The board may have questions for you.
I'll just turn off the video.
There you go.
So that's our testimony, direct testimony from our experts. They're here to answer any questions you have. Overall, our hope is to really integrate this with the immediate adjacent property, the project, continue what we've been doing. We've gotten tremendous support from the city, Waterfront Development Commission. We know there's an unusual type of request to come before you, but you have this unusual infill aspect of this being in the C4 zone, immediately adjacent to the Waterfront District Zone. So we appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. Croak?
First of all, do you own all of the land that Hot Wheels had or Android owned
Yes, sir.
up to the corner and back?
Yes.
Okay.
And that, yes, and that's included all in the site plan for phase one, all of it.
Okay, and there were 2 tin buildings down there or one?
Mr. Lorenz has physically done some of the demo himself, so he'll tell you exactly what he took down. He probably has a blister or two to.
Probably more than that. So I own the White House. So there's a garage, a yellow house, and a white house that's surrounded by the original Hot Rides U-shaped lot. I own the abutting white home that we're talking about today, which is 29 Burgess. And then Mario Rodriguez owns the yellow home as well as the garage. So there's 2 lots, one with a 2-family and a garage attached. So there's one neighbor that sort of continues the U shape that I don't own, but I do control basically from end to end, just elongating my U shape, if you will. Does that make sense? I can show you on a drawing, probably a little easier, but.
Now, did you take down the tin building?
The tin building? The garage? No, the bigger garage?
Yeah, there
Which
was
tin building are you
a
talking?
tan building. Some guy built it. He claimed he was a landscaper or something. I never seen much action down there.
Are you talking about with the Oddfellows home, the gentleman that sells all those?
Not the
It has a
Oddfellows
lot of
home.
zoning
Get the
issues.
Oddfellows home off your mind.
Okay.
We're all perfectly aware of the Oddfellows home. where
I'm
it's
trying to understand
located.
which home you're speaking about, sir.
I'm trying to explain it. Let's see. Almeida
Can
owned
you
the
point to
second
it on the
house.
drawing, sir? Right behind you?
All right, see that empty space right over there to the right?
There's never a shit. That's a.
No, there was a
entrance
tin
to-
building or a cement block building that the guy claimed he was a landscaper.
Oh, that's on the other side. No, that I don't own that.
You don't know, that's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah, the building's torn down.
There was a garage that got torn down through a demo permit so the garage
That's probably what we're talking about.
in the back, that was adjutting my property. I had a demo permit to take down the garage so I could use that area for a Connex box to allow myself to move light fixtures and HVAC units into my new building, phase one.
Okay, now in your application, one of the statements was in the future, they're going to incorporate both properties into the same lot. What do you mean by into the future?
Well, if this is approved, we would welcome a condition that the approvals conditioned upon us merging 29 Burgess Street with 30 Memorial Parkway.
That's what's going to happen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Burgess Street, the house you talk 29 is a 5,030 square foot lot.
That's correct.
So I have to take in understand it. Are you going back into part of your 22-story, your 22 apartment building property?
Yes.
In other words, you're going to cross the property line?
Yes, the current building goes to the property line at 30 Memorial Parkway, and this will be attached to it. It'll go right and attached to the existing building.
Okay. Now, we got 25 to deal with their privacy.
Yes. So as Mr. Lorenz said, he's developed a very good relationship with Mario next door. And they've been working in concert with fence replacement. And he texted Mr. Lorenz earlier wishing him luck tonight. So unless something happened between earlier this evening and now, we think we have a very good relationship with that one neighbor who's the only abutting neighbor within the street lines. And they're working cooperatively toward the development of that block.
There's one more house over there, right?
No, that's the remaining house. Yes, that has a freestanding garage. There's two structures. One's a house, and one's a three-family, and one's.
Do you own that?
No, that's owned by Mr. Ramirez.
Okay, so down the line, will that become part of your property?
So there's no plans today to do that. Mr. Ramirez and Mr. Lorenz have talked about selling, buying, but they've never come to agreement in a manner that we can definitively say yes or no. So there's no plan for that today. If there were, we'd work with you or the Waterfront Development Commission or the council, depending on what the zoning is at that time of that property. But there's no plans for that today, Mr. Crowe.
Okay. What is your, how do I want to word it? What are you going to do with the back of the 22 unit building?
So right now, there's a parking, there's a little open space there on the corner of Burgess, and that's that has a landscaping plan along the street, and then there's 7 parking spaces in the back there.
Just 7?
7.
Wow. I thought you could get more in that.
No, it's 7, right?
Yeah. Transformer pad.
Oh, yeah, there's a utility
Yeah,
transformer
all right.
pad.
Yeah, because across the street, you used to have a power plant years ago. It was torn down, I believe. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson?
No question at this time.
No question.
At this time.
Mr. Cotton?
No questions other than just to comment I'd say, I think. Turn your microphone on, please. Of course. Comment I would say is number one, I think the building design is fantastic. I think it meshes the neighborhood well. And I think I've got no criticisms whatsoever about the project.
Mr. Boblat?
I have no questions at this time.
Mr. Pascoe?
No questions. Chair.
It's my turn. Can't get the yellow house, huh? That would be a nice complex. Reminds me of that picture that was taunted around years ago with Atlantic City. The big casino and the little bitty house. Remember that one that was all over the place? Yeah.
We think Mr. Rivera saw that movie as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sitting here saying to myself, okay, look at all the neighbors I got. But, no, it fits, okay? I'm gonna use that word in there. I'm sure at some junction, at some point in time, the yellow house will go too. And then it'll look complete. I tend to agree with that area is, I should say, you're on the front of a whole change in what things are happening. And I had someone tell me a few years back that we have easy on, easy off here in East Providence. And Providence is full and dangerous. And if you're going to buy and reinvest in property or buy property, go up Burgess Avenue, First Street, Second. That's going to become let me buy the apartment, fix it up. And I think that area is turning now. This is a definite influence. Mr. Croak mentioned with the Oddfellows home, that thing was a hotel, wasn't it, years ago or something?
It's been everything.
100 years ago? I don't
Too
know.
bad somebody didn't have a match.
But, since that one restaurant that survived in there, it's become an eyesore in that area, so. Like I say, the only concerns I have is the yellow house in the middle, quite honestly, Counselor. Based on the old hot rods set up in there, or what used to be Burgess Buick, the parking is there. I'm just wondering if that addition would cause more off-street parking than is necessary. Because I'm just concerned about the long walk, which is not long, by the way.
Yeah. So there is the main entrance, the entrance to the building and the mailboxes and everything will be focused back on 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway.
Yeah, everything, yeah.
And there is an entrance, a rear entrance off Burgess
Yeah.
for parking. So at the site, it's startlingly close to the back entrance because you come around and then you just walk right behind 25 Burgess, the yellow house.
Well, I
And
was
you're
just
right, and you're right
concerned
at the end.
about the parking on Burgess, because that's a busy road in there.
Yeah.
And to finish my statement, that's why we make signs.
Yeah.
Okay, if it starts to get ahead of itself,
Yeah. So the parking lot does have lighting and signage and direction in the lot. So you're spot on, and that we didn't go through all the details of the parking lot, but that's already laid out.
So in essence, the entrance to the addition is really on the parkway,
Yes,
the main entrance.
main entrance, yes.
So anything else would be an emergency entrance? Or is there a,
The only entrance you have is off of the corner of Warren and Burgess.
Yeah, come on.
I think I need you up here so we can get it on the tape here. And just bring that down so I get clarity.
Okay.
And
So you have-
Counselor, just give me 6 feet. Thank you.
So the main entrance would be at the corner of Warren and Burgess, where you come in, used to be the rear entrance for
Okay.
hot rides.
Okay,
You
that would
come
be
in-
the main entrance.
That'd be the main entrance. And then there's on Moran Avenue for the 7-unit
Yeah.
driveway, that there's an entrance there. And then there's an out onto Moran Avenue, coming by 30 Veterans Memorial, where the hot ride showroom used to be. That
Yeah.
little entrance is now an out onto Moran per the
All right,
site.
we're gonna make you a townie right now. It's called Moran.
Sorry about that.
You'll become a townie soon enough. Okay, thank you for your dissertation. Okay, I'm clear now. I just wanted to get that up on the record that it was thought of and we addressed things here
Yes, sir.
very
No,
politely, Counselor.
thank you. No, and we appreciate the thoroughness. It's important that the cars and the pedestrian traffic move through the site safely.
Yeah, I'm just, getting it out there. Other than that, looking to the future, it's going to be a nice complex, you know? And I think getting back to my original point, that whole area is, to me, within the next few years, are going to blow wide open. That whole area in the back there is going to change considerably. All right, so, which will influence, hopefully, up Warren Avenue a little bit better. So that's how I'm looking at it. Other than that, my concerns have been addressed. Any other questions, members of the board, concerns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you consider after, if this is passed, applying for no parking signs along your side of Bridges Avenue to get your tenants to park in the parking lot?
I'd be concerned about that, not necessarily for this project, but the overall planning that we did with the Waterfront Development Commission and with the remaining neighbors. I think we're more than happy to meet with the planning staff and the zoning staff, Mr. Pimentel, and talk about that, what's best for the neighborhood. I'm concerned that has broader impacts than our own project.
Or maybe a better question is, where's the entrance to the 12 unit? In the parking lot side?
Well, we can just, that's as we just described. There's two entrances. There's one on Burgess, and then there's the exit is off onto Moran.
Would you consider closing the one on Burgess?
Yeah.
So Rob, actually,
Yeah.
in the rear parking lot off of Moran,
Right.
there's an entrance into the Burgess structure, but there's no direct entry off of Burgess Avenue.
No, I think he was talking about the entry. I'm sorry, I understood the question was the entry to the parking lot.
No, I'm still on Burgess Avenue.
Yeah, on the building. or the parking?
What I'm trying to probably say is I'd like to see your tenants park in the parking lot
Yes, you are.
rather than block up Burgess Avenue, which is a cut through to Warren Avenue from the Parkway.
So let me state it in the inverse. The incentive to park in the parking lot is that it's closer to the entry than to park on the street.
Okay.
And it's safer, it's lit. So we don't anticipate a lot of on-street parking demand for our project. So that would be our substantive response. And procedurally, we can't change the parking lot plan without going back to the Waterfront Development Commission because they approved this plan.
That's right.
So we're glad to talk to anybody. I mean, Kent's staying here for a long time and we'll talk to anybody. If the city thinks there's a better way to do the parking, we're in. But we've spent so much time trying to figure out this site with this way that the Waterfront Development Commission said, this is your parking plan. And they liked it. So, but we're receptive to talking to anybody. If we find there's too much on-street parking from our project on Burgess, we could revisit that with the Development Commission for sure, or city zoning, or public works, or you. We found everybody to understand we're all trying to do the best thing. There's no economic motivation for us. We don't need that parking. So we just want what's best for the
So I'm
for the
just
street.
getting at the American people are generally lazy.
Yeah.
And if there's a spot on the street and the door 2 feet away, they're gonna use that door.
Yes.
They're
So
not gonna go in the parking lot.
So with the spaces on site, with the mailboxes in the front, the way the site is set up,
It basically forces them to go. to
the shortest, the easiest path is to use the parking lot. It's not way off in the distance and they have to walk close. It's the parking's right behind that building.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All set.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman. So this, the building that'll be on 29 Burgess, how many units is that going to be? Is that 12?
12, yes, sir.
Okay, so it's going from 2 units to 12.
That's correct.
And the setback from Burgess, the front yard setback, that you're looking for 9 feet of relief there?
Yes, sir.
It's supposed to be 15, you're asking for just 6?
That's correct.
And the north side setback, which abuts 25 Burgess, that's supposed to be 15. I'm sorry, side yard setback. It's supposed to be 15, you're asking for 5, 10 feet of relief?
That's correct.
Okay. You have a major project. It looks beautiful. I think it looks great on paper. You do have a direct abutter right next door, and you have Burgess. I don't see this as being the least relief necessary. I think it's way above the least relief necessary. On top of that, I see that reason why you'd want to do this is for financial gain, because you're going to rent out more and more units. You're going from 2 units to 12. So I see that as a sticking point. I do see financial gain as a reason, and I also don't see least relief. So I'm kind of curious what's your response to
Yeah,
that?
so very, very good question, and we understand that. The least relief aspect is because of the unique characteristics of this lot being so close to our existing project and our desire to merge the lots. There's really no other feasible way to merge these unless you continue the notion of a apartment building. And to attach a 2-family or a 3-family to this, just it doesn't make sense architecturally. And the greater financial gain is we're not trying to go up any higher. There is a slight height difference to accommodate the floor differences, as we mentioned, but we're still lower than the peak roofs that are there. So the legal standard is primarily for financial gain. This design does create financial gain, which isn't prohibited. It's just it can't be your only motivation or your primary motivation, an applicant's primary motivation to seek the relief. We're seeking a package of relief to make the whole project, now phase 1 and phase 2, one project, while the construction's going on, try to make this a unified development, take advantage of the, not the size, but the timing of doing it now while we're fixing up the first building, haven't been able to get the second building. So we're not seeking extraordinary height. We're not seeking extraordinary density in light of the existing project. So that's our response to the least amount of relief necessary. And financial gain, there is financial gain, but that's not what's driving the design. What's driving the design is 30 Veterans Memorial Parkway.
I'm not gonna get into the issue of financial gain. Clearly, that's a burden they need to meet. The council is right in this case law. The standard is not if you're gonna get financial gain. Anytime this board issues.
Yeah, I need you up there.
Anytime this board issues a variance and you depart from the regulations, that means you're creating greater value. Even if I put a bedroom addition and I violate a setback, that the value of that home is going up. As council said, it's got to be the primary desire. That's for them to satisfy. Why I feel like I need to address your concerns is because a lot of it did flow from my determination. A lot of these setback variances are all pre-existing. So the massing of the structure that's there now violates all of these to the same degree or perhaps even worse. The reality though is, because if you look at the nooks and angles of the existing structure and they're going to tear it down, they're building another structure that's kind of more square and fitting in. It kind of tweaked a little bit here and there, but the reality is 90% of these dimensional variances are pre-existing now. And to some extent, some of them are even more non-conforming. Because the problem is we're imposing setbacks associated with a C4 district on a residential. So if this were appropriately zoned residential, the side yard setback would be 8, not 15. So you're imposing setback restrictions that flow from a zoning district that has no basis to support even what's been grandfathered on the property. So it's all of that goes into play. But the reality is I have to apply those standards to the current proposal, even though they don't even accommodate what's there and been there historically. So that's why I'm a little concerned about the least relief, because a lot of these variants just, they're sought out of an abundance of caution, but they're really not appropriate, even for the use that's there right now.
I just see the face of this building. There's a whole nother apartment or stack of apartments that don't need to be there and still meet the setback, even the 8 foot that you said it would be instead of 6. The building doesn't have to be as big. And you'd still have, I don't know, 10 apartments instead of 12. That would just recess that building off the face of the street. by, I can't really read this, 18 feet, 16 feet is that lead apartment, that street side apartment, which again would be multiple stories. I think it's 2 stories. So yeah, you subtract 2 apartments on the front and now you met the setback. Doesn't really change the characteristic of the footprint of the building. It just meets the requirements. But of course, I obviously in business, I would want to squeeze in as many apartments as I could and get them right to the street's edge. Also have that neighbor right next door at 25. 5-foot setback. I'm sure this building could be reconfigured so you have more of a setback off of his property. And he's got is that a single family or is that a 2-family?
It's a 3-family.
It's a 3-family. Okay. It just seems like this building could be scaled down and still fit and fit a little better with the neighborhood.
Well, we respect that view because that's the analysis we went through in acquiring the property and with the architects and the initial design. But remember, you right now you have as Mr. Pimentel said, you have a very small setback there with respect to 25 Burgess. And then you have the garage in the back. Additionally, I think an additional consideration is the nature of this proximity to the waterfront zone. If we were in the waterfront zone, we're not. It's in the C4 zone, which is a historic anomaly. But then we wouldn't have any setback requirements. It would be just a design review exercise. So we're trying to be consistent with the building and the program from the waterfront district. We're also trying to be consistent with the existing setbacks and existing massing from the street perspective. So the front yard setback and the north side yard setback, the distance from 25, we don't think is imposing or harmful to 25 Burgess. And that comes from the discussions between the 2 property owners talking about, here's what I'm trying to do. And we think we have reached accommodation on that from a massing and size standpoint. So we think this is the minimum amount of relief necessary because we're not trying to overload it with yet a 4th floor to get some water views and balconies. Those were considered. Should we try to, make this the tower at the front of the building? I mean, that would have added just almost pure profit. The foundation would have been in. You just go up another floor, create some views, put on some big. But I said you at some point you've got to figure out how to balance this with the C4 zone, or we've got to go in, for a whole nother different type of project with a zone change and all that stuff. So this was the result that we thought was trying to accommodate that. This isn't grabbing everything that's possible at that site, I guess is what I'm saying.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions or concerns?
I think expanding on that, I think what you've proposed for 12 units is extremely reasonable. I mean, you quite honestly, with the amount of lot you've got and parking you've got, you very easily probably could have gone for more. I think it shows professionalism and reasonableness that you went for 12. I think it fits the previous building perfectly. No more, no less. I think it's great.
All set? Are we all set? Okay. Let's see what the people have to say. We know if anybody's out there. Anyone wishing to speak in favor of this petition, please come forward.
See, you should have taken by the character. I told you.
We'll do the Zooms last.
You went for the flat fee,
All right. Hearing, seeing none. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak against this petition? Hearing, seeing none. How are we on Zoom?
If you'd like to make a public comment on Zoom, please click on participants at the bottom of the Zoom screen. On the screen that pops up, please click raise hand. No Zoom comments.
No Zoom. With that, Mr. Croak, a motion is in order.
Well,
a dimensional first?
We got a use variance first.
Use. I gotta go back in the book. Based on all the evidence presented to the zoning board of review, personal knowledge of the members of the board of the land in the area of the city of East Providence, the zoning board of review hereby finds that the use is compatible with neighborhood land uses, that the use does not create a nuisance in the neighborhood, that the use does not hinder the future development of the city, that the use conforms to all applicable sections, I'm gonna leave that out, that the applicant would be deprived of all beneficial use of this property if the applicant is required to conform to all provisions of the zoning ordinance. Therefore, I move that this variance be granted, subject to the petitioner obtaining all necessary permits, and that if this variance is granted, they will join both lots as one. Within a month? Yeah, within a month. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor by Mr. Croak to grant the use variance. Does the petitioner agree to the motion and all conditions that were stipulated, understanding that strict compliance means that any deviation will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review? A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or a member of the zoning board of review.
No, we fully understand and agree. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second,
By Mr. Beauplan?
yes.
Roll call vote, Mr. Croak.
I'm gonna vote aye, even though I think the zoning ordinance should be rewritten.
Okay, Mr. Robbins.
Good luck.
Oh, I'm sorry. You all set?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Robinson,
Nay.
Mr. Beauplan.
Yes, I agree with the testimony of the applicant's expert witnesses regarding the hardship of that land. I also think that that if a C4 business went in there, that it would be much more impactful than what they're looking at. So in combining it with the next lot, I do believe that the relief is minimum. I think the plans look very nice and will enhance the surrounding area. Certainly something that the city's looking forward to develop, and therefore I'll vote aye.
Thank you, Mr. Beauplan. Mr. Pascoe,
I will vote aye.
based on my previous testimony, they always say that zoning is not pro-economic development. Maybe it wasn't 20 years ago, but it is now. I'm going to vote aye based on the testimony before me. I see, I think it's a great addition to what's going on there. All right, and I think economically, we need a kick in that area, and I think what you people have done has been that kick. It just kind of gets it over the post a little bit better. So with that, I'm going to give this an aye. So your request for the use variance passes 4-1. I need a motion for dimensional. Mr. Croak.
All the evidence presented to zoning board of review, personal knowledge of the members of the board of the land in the area of the city of East Providence. The zoning board of review hereby finds that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique character of the subject land and not the general character of the surrounding area. That the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant. that the granting of this requested dimensional variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent of the city's comprehensive plan. That the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. That the applicant would suffer a hardship to a standard of more than a mere inconvenience unless this dimensional variance were granted. I move that this dimensional variance be granted, subject to petitioner obtaining all necessary permits.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Croak for a dimensional variance. The petitioner agreed to the motion. All conditions are stipulated, understanding that strict compliance means that any deviation of the dimensional variance will necessitate revisiting the zoning board of review. A revisit can be requested by either the zoning officer or any member of the zoning board of review.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Voelkel, huh? Roll call vote, Mr. Croak.
I'm gonna vote aye. This is an improvement to this area. When you consider, not too many years ago, there was a somewhat of a power plant on the corner. This is an improvement. And I wish the people well. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
Nay.
Mr. Voelkel.
I'll vote aye.
Mr. Pascoe.
Aye.
I'll vote aye as well for the reasons stated earlier. Your request for the dimensional variance passes 4-1. Good luck and thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you. Thank you for accommodating us in these strange times.
All right, no procedures. We have no announcements. The next meeting of the zoning board of review is scheduled for Wednesday, November 4th, 2020. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nobody against? You're nuts. Oh.